Hey everyone, how are y'all? William, how are you? Hey Lady V, how are you? Hey Caddy. Kay, Braz, and Scott, how are y'all? Hey Violet. Carrie, how are you? Hey Libra Moon. Hey Courtney. Cool Gamer, how are you tonight? Crime Sleuthin, how are you? Hey Ron John, how are you tonight? William, you doing alright tonight? Hey Sloth Fan, how are you? Hey Sandy Feet, how are you? Elisa, how are you? Sally Mae. Sally Mae, hopefully we won't have to deal with that tonight. Hey Exit Screening, how are you? Slothman, I'm doing good. Hey Angie. Hey Jan, how are you? Matt, how are you? Alright, y'all make sure that your chat is on live chat and that you've hit the thumbs up on your way in. Hey Lucia. Billy Harkins, how are you? Thank you, Sandy. Alright, I'm just trying to get my stuff pulled up here because there was a new document that was dropped today. Tech Death, how are you? Hey Truth Exposed. Eric C, how are you? How many pages? It is 8 pages total, but there is only 7 that has anything to read on them. Sunset Gazing, how are you? Susie, how are you? Hey, Renate, how are you? Jan, I haven't talked to Michelle today. I don't think she sent me anything. Let me check my email real quick. Hey, Summer. Agape Love, how are you? Jan, no, she hasn't sent me an email, so I guess she's fine. Billy, doing good. And Jan, I'm doing good, thank you. She said they were getting a bunch of rain yesterday. Oh, that may be the reason why she's not in here tonight then. Wish we were getting rain. Oh yeah, Jan. She'll probably be in here. She may come in later on. Usually she's in here before I start the live, but I don't know. I don't know where she's at tonight. Sally Maid is here too. It literally reached 107 today. Renee, Lady V is wanting to know if you have an accent on the end of your name. Hey, Princess Megan, how are you? Hey, sweet misery. No, no, you're not late. I'm still saying hi to everyone. Oh Lord, 105 in Oregon. It's been hot all over. Hey, Roger, how are you? Okay, Lady B, she says, no, my nickname was Rayte when I was a kid. I'm going back to Tara when you two will let me. Summer. Hey, Avery, how are you? Didn't go live today because of my crappy Wi-Fi. Uh-huh, it's that Wi-Fi, wasn't it, Chrissy? You always joking on mine. That was the whole reason you moved back to Arizona. Let's see. Was he removed from teaching before or after event when he talked to his professor? Scott, I am not sure exactly what day he was fired. I would assume it would have been the day that he was arrested. I do know that after that, they put out a thing that he is banned from the campus. So you can't go back to the WSU campus. Hey, sportsy girl, how are you? Hey, Fofa, how are you? All right, so I am going to pull this document up, try to get through it. It's like I said, 7 pages. Oh shit, it's too big. 7 pages, 8 total. Both I'm doing good. and then we're going to discuss it. And basically, it is just the objection to the defendant's motion to stay proceedings. And I'm going to go ahead and drop the link first as well. Betty Joe, how are you? Lady V, how are you?
I'm awesome. How are you today?
Doing good. Tired, give out a little bit, but other than that, I'm all right.
Yeah, I overslept this morning.
Oh Lord, so you were late for work?
Well, yeah, but my boss, she doesn't really care. I mean, it's like if we have an appointment, that's one thing, but it's not like working at a regular job. Nail salons are different.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. So I got in about an hour late, and
Oh,
she's
well, that's
like,
not too bad.
yeah, she's like, just take your time, sweetheart. It's no big deal. And I'm like one of those rigid schedule. I have to be there 15-minute early people.
Yeah,
So
yeah. My
I
father-in-law was always like that. You had to leave at least an hour early because you never know what's going to happen on your way there.
exactly. I always left like when I worked at AT&T, I always left like 45 minutes to an hour early just to make sure I was there on time because they did care.
Right. Yeah. Christy and Debbie, how are y'all?
Hello,
Hi, I'm good. How are
ladies.
you?
Hello.
Doing good.
Hello, ladies.
Hey, Lady
Hello,
B.
Lady D. Hi, Sweet Misery.
Did
Hey,
you get your
Christopher.
internet back, Christy?
Yes. And do you know it was back at 7 o'clock on the dot? And I'm like, you are not, bruh. So I was
Mm.
angry and I
See,
was like,
I'm laughing about the internet.
Scarlett,
Yeah,
you
I know, right?
I needed to tell you about my story today if you really want a good laugh.
Oh, you went and got your Holter monitor, right?
So I go to the heart doctor and it's like 30 minutes away. And
Uh,
I go to check in and I'm like, my name, birthday, and all that. And she's like, I have you down for an echo at 2:40. And I'm like, no, I'm supposed to get my monitor thingy at 11. And she's like, no, we have you scheduled down for an echo at 2:40 and your monitor is August 22nd. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? So the lady was like, well, so you don't have to come back. Let me go see if they can do it right now. So I was like, oh, thank you, Lord Jesus. So they were able to do it. So now I got to go back on the 22nd to get the thingy. You got me so scared that I totally forgot what day I had to go. No, I'm just joking.
well, the echoes aren't that bad.
No, I
No,
did
they're
it.
not.
Yeah.
They
So,
said I had a beautiful heart. I said, I know. That's why I'm so nice.
Aw.
hey, Candace, how are you?
I had to talk for something, dude. They just sat there pressing on my boobs, trying to find my heart. That shit hurt. That hurts worse than a
It does hurt.
mammogram.
Well, it's
It
just
does
like
hurt.
an ultrasound of your heart. That's what it is.
I know, but she was pressing too hard.
Yeah, I have that problem too.
It was worse than a mammogram for me.
Yeah, those are terrible.
Just wait
But
till you get the
anyway,
Holter monitor.
oh
Mm.
stop. I'm bringing you with me. I'm gonna video call you, and I'm bringing you with me.
Okay.
She ain't gonna be up.
Probably not.
It's like at 1 o'clock your time. But
Oh.
anyway, that's all I wanted to come up and say. I don't want to
So
take up.
everything though, as far as like the echo, it was. They said everything was fine.
She said I had a beautiful heart, but they had to send it off to the doctor. And I said, so does that mean that the rest of my tests will come back good? And she said no. And I was like, you really had to ruin my day. So
Well,
now
hopefully it'll come back and everything is good with it.
just know Sweet Misery has a beautiful heart.
Well, that's
Yes,
good
you
to know.
do.
per the doctors. Hey, crime sleuthing, you need a Coke, a Diet Coke?
Yes, please. I've
Okay.
seen my eyeball on one of those. When I was remember I talked to you guys about taking Topamax and that I had those visual disturbances.
Yes.
So he had sent me to a neuro ophthalmologist, I believe is what they called them. Anyway, so they did these scans of my eyeballs, and that was cool. You get to see the pictures of like all the way inside there, and they somehow get a picture from like the back and stuff looking out. It was so strange. That was cool.
That would be cool.
That
I'd like
adds-
to see
It
that.
was beautiful. There was like they get really, really close so you can see all the detail of all the little colors and stuff on the outside, and like all
Wow.
the layers and every little teeny tiny vein and stuff. I found it so fascinating.
That would
So
be fascinating.
everything okay?
Yes, yeah, it was just a side effect. They didn't even ask me about my medications, idiots. And that's how they figured it out. They finally asked me there, and they're like, well, duh, that's just a side effect. So,
Okay, I'll drop back down. I'll be in chat. Bye, guys.
Have a
aw,
good night.
Bye bye.
Hey, malicious intent.
I'm trying to make sure I'm saying hi to everyone as they're coming into chat.
Yeah, it's going pretty fast, isn't it?
Yeah, let me slow it down a little bit. Betty Joe, how are you?
Good.
You want to come up, Mallory?
Crime sleuthing.
Hello, how are you?
Good. That's what they did to me when they took ultrasounds of my eyes.
Hey, Betty Joe.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Did you watch?
Well, the only one I could see really is the right eye because the left eye was so
maybe
bad.
Maybe this time you'll get to see it better.
Ain't it neat?
Yeah, it's neat. A little scary, but neat. But no, I have to reschedule my eye surgery.
Oh, so you're not going to have it
Not
in the
tomorrow.
morning?
No.
Oh, okay.
Link
Aw.
for Ray, please.
For Ray, let me grab it real quick. Hey, Nora's grandma, how are you?
Oh, that's okay.
Why
I'm
is it not?
tired. I went into the lion's den tonight.
Mallory, you want to come up, hun?
Mallory, come up.
Okay,
She
something's
should
wrong
be
with
up
my
here. She's
chat.
very. Wow, Candace, I just realized your name was the same as Rebecca Morin. Are you any relation to her?
Hey, Ray, how are you?
Sad. My chicken's gone. I don't know what's that. I haven't seen all that.
Oh.
He
It's
left?
right there. It's right there in your photo.
I wish.
Yeah, Rachel. Sorry,
I'm
Rachel.
afraid maybe he got ate by some critter.
No.
He ain't there
I
no
saw
more?
the cat chasing him.
Oh.
I mean, it's not really my chicken. He just adopted me.
Maybe he went home for a
But
little
hi
bit.
to all you on the panel. I hope you are doing well.
Wait, what the heck? Where did Ray go?
Oh.
What'd he say?
I don't know. He said something about he saw somebody on the panel and he hopes that they were doing well, and then boom, he was gone.
Who said that?
Ray
Ray
did.
will probably be back.
What? He said his
Riddler.
chicken was gone.
Yeah, his chicken ran away.
Riddler, how are you?
Hello, Mr. Riddler.
Doing just fine, thank you, Lady V, Scarlett, Ray, Betty Joe.
What's up, Ridley?
Hey, Roller.
I got booted for some reason. I got company again. A friend, a tire fell off on his truck, and he's
Oh,
working
Lord.
on it.
That's not good.
Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Give me just 1 second, y'all.
Boy, it's getting to the point I can't hardly keep up with saying hello to everybody.
I gave up. I just say hello, everyone.
Well, I try to say hi, but man, it's like, woo.
Okay, I'm back.
Some nights it's like I just lurk at people's channels because I just don't have the energy to say hello to every single person. individual.
Mallory, how are you?
Okay.
Hi. I'm good. How are you guys?
Hello,
Doing
Mallory.
good.
Hello,
Hi.
Mallory.
Oh, good Lord, I
Hi,
cannot
hi,
type
hi.
Hello
tonight.
everyone. I can't stay up long, but Lady V summoned me and I couldn't say no.
No, I love your smiling face.
I love you too. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing okay. I'm doing good. So I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to listen and
Well, thank you for joining us.
yeah, thank you for having me. Like I said, I
I
can't
started
stay too long,
I
but
started watching you and Crime Sleuthin' when you were on together,
mhm.
and then a customer came in and I got interrupted and I hadn't got to finish it, but it was very interesting. Both of you, I liked listening to you both.
Thank you. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, Crime Sleuthin' had me over on her channel and it was great. I really enjoyed the conversation.
See,
Yeah,
everybody
it's
goes
great.
live and I'm sleeping and miss it.
I was there watching it.
We just went over. Oh my God, what did we go over? I think I've slept since then. The DNA stuff.
Oh, okay. Hey, Vapor, how are you?
Can I
I'm
say?
malicious.
No,
Hi.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, River. I was just gonna say Oliver Anthony.
Who?
Look it up. He's a musician. Oliver Anthony. He's going viral. He just put out music like a week ago, and over 10,000 or 10 million people listen to it.
Scarlett, may I drop Melissa's Intense channel?
Yes, you can.
No, thank you. You don't have to do that, but thank
If
you.
you guys haven't subbed yet, go check Mallory out at Malicious Intent. She's an awesome researcher. She's a fantastic YouTuber that is going to
thank you.
be going places around these YouTube streets for
You
sure.
I appreciate
guys,
that.
She
you
sure
guys,
is.
she's only 9 away from 1,000.
Yeah, I saw that today.
Thank you. Yeah,
Well,
I
good
appreciate
job.
that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I
That's a neat
appreciate it.
milestone. Yeah, I'm only a few away from 5,000 now.
Whoop, whoop.
You'll
That's
get it
great.
before you know it.
It won't be long.
Thank you. Yeah.
It seems like
Well,
it
now
seems
you're
like
only 8
1
away.
to 1,000 doesn't take all that long, but then 1 to 5,000 takes forever, and then they say it kind of speeds up after that.
Yeah, it starts
Yeah.
moving up exponentially.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I just was popping up to say hi. I've never actually been on your panel, Scarlett. I know we've talked behind the scenes a little bit on Twitter, just
Right.
pleasantries, but I just wanted to pop up and say hi. And
Well, thank you for coming up. Anytime you're in chat and you want to join
Yeah.
us on panel, you're more than welcome to.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no,
Yeah,
if you're ever looking for me late at night and I'm not answering my phone, just I'm here.
right. Yeah,
We're hanging out with Scarlett.
I
Yeah,
love,
I
love
tend to-
Scarlett. I love this panel.
Well, now
I
you're
tend
like
to try to go to
7
bed early,
away.
so but yeah, I happened to be up tonight because we were celebrating one of my mods' birthdays today. So
Awesome.
Okay, how cool.
yeah, I don't know if you guys know Heather Bratt. It's
Oh yeah.
Oh, I do.
Okay,
Yeah.
she's in chat.
oh, is she?
Yeah, I just now
Yeah.
seen her.
It's-
Heather, how are you?
Yeah,
Happy
it's her birthday today, so we were gonna
Oh,
go
okay.
play What Do You Meme over on Discord with our mod group. So but I was like, I'm gonna pop up here, Lady V is summoning me, so I'm gonna come up and say hi and just say my pleasantries, and I do hope to
Well,
one of
you
these
know what,
days stay up
sweetheart?
later.
You know what? You just hit 1K.
What?
Yay!
You just hit 1K.
Congratulations, Mallory.
Aww.
I met Mallory on another channel, and she
Yes.
is so precise, so truthful, down to business. It was everything
Yep.
I was looking for, and I couldn't think of a better person to have up on panel than
Yeah.
Malicious
That's
Intent.
true.
So
I
I
feel
want to
the
wish
same
you
way.
the very best in all your endeavors, okay?
Thank you,
For
Red
sure,
Dog.
for
And
sure.
happy
Guys,
birthday, Heather.
She
Yes,
might-
happy birthday to Heather.
She might
Happy
have a
birthday,
new
Heather.
channel, but she's not new to all
Heather
this. And
Brett.
she's really smart and really good at
Thank you.
research. She's got
She
like
is-
degrees out the wazoo. Yeah.
She is fantastic. And
You're gonna
now
do
you
good.
hit your 1K and you're ready to go, sweetie.
Well, thank you. That's not why I came up at all, but I'm just saying thank you.
I know.
Oh, you are very welcome.
But yeah, I'm always up for it. And Scarlett, I'd love to collab sometime. I like the way your brain works. So
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you ever have any questions, let me know. But thank you so
Okay.
much for having me up. I do appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. And like I said, anytime that you want to come up on panel when you're in chat, just let me know, and I'll drop a link
Absolutely.
for
I
you.
will. I promise. I'm going to stay up late one of these nights and I'll come talk on something. Hopefully it's one of the days I don't have to work the next day.
Right. Well, I'm
So
on here at the same time every night for
perfect.
3, 4, 5, 6 hours, however long it
Yeah,
it lingers
I
along.
got a
So
notification tonight that said like going live in 30 minutes. So I think that means I have everything set on my phone. It's just a matter of making sure that I'm awake.
And
So
you got to look at your phone too. That
But
helps.
sometimes
true.
YouTube doesn't like send you the
Oh,
notifications. It's not every time.
yeah,
Sometimes I get them, sometimes I don't.
yeah, someone
yeah.
else in chat said tonight that they didn't get it for some reason.
Really? I
Yes.
got mine tonight. That's how I knew to come in. So
Yeah, I always get them, and I did not tonight.
yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I don't never get them.
Oh, hey Betty
That
Joe,
might
by
be
the
why
way.
you only have
Hi,
198
Mallory.
in here.
Yeah.
'Cause- yeah.
Well,
Well,
hopefully they'll start coming in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They'll be like, oh wait, I'm normally over here at this time. They'll be here.
right. Well, thank you again. I appreciate it.
you're
I'll come back
welcome.
up soon. I promise.
Okay, yeah, just like I said, anytime you want to come up, just let me know and I'll drop a link for you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great rest of your night. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Good night.
Okay,
Thank you for
Bye.
popping in. You have a
Bye,
wonderful
guys.
day.
have a good
Bye-bye.
night.
She's
Yeah,
so
so
sweet.
that guy Oliver Anthony, he has 4 songs in the top 10 on YouTube on the country western chart. He has 9 songs like in the top 20 right now. And he dropped his first song a week ago.
All right, well, I wrote it down, his name, and put a note that said Ray said to look up. That way I'll know who the name belongs to.
The song is called Richmond, North of Richmond.
Okay, I'm writing that down too. Okay.
I cry every time I hear it.
I'll have to go look it up later.
It makes me so emotional.
I don't like things that make me cry.
Me neither.
Yes, it's me. How are you?
There's one show, it's about this little AI boy. It's called AI. And
Uh-huh.
I watched that once. I will never, ever, ever watch it again because the end was so gut
That's the kid
wrenching that I.
was in the I See Dead People with Bruce Willis. I can't remember the name.
Yes, it had him in it, but then at the end of it, well, I'm not going to give it away if somebody wants to go watch it, but it had one of the most heartbreaking, sad endings, and I will not watch it ever again.
Yeah, I don't like them kind of
I
movies.
liked it. I thought it was a good movie.
I did not like it.
I don't like the heartbreaking endings.
No.
Yeah, I don't either. Especially after going over all this true crime stuff and the sadness that we see in it.
Yes.
And I think that movie was called AI.
It is called AI. I will never watch it again. I can't.
Yeah, I've seen it. Heartbreaking.
It is. It's like, I'm not one of those lovey-dovey romantic calm people. I'm one of the scary mystery people.
In that person's vision, the Earth finished in another ice age.
Yeah, well, don't tell them what happens in case they want to go watch it. But
I'm not. I just was thinking of, we always hear that, we're causing the heat index to go up.
That's, I'm sorry, but the world has a natural order of things too. So I don't think that's altogether true. I think we are doing
I agree
something.
with you, Lady B.
In the 1970s, we were all freezing.
Yeah.
Remember them homes on the Great Lakes? The entire home was frozen in.
In the early 1800s, temperatures were higher than our highest temperatures now. If you look at a lot of the records, they were set in the early 1800s when we first started measuring temperatures.
Well, there was a time that the Antarctic was green and lush. It wasn't all icy. I mean, God has a way of cleansing things and then rebalancing things, and
That is true.
We've only been tracking like the temperature, keeping a record of it for like 120 years. It hasn't been that long.
But I saw today where NASA and NOAA said it was the hottest day on Earth was today.
really,
Yep.
It got 107 here today. That's the hottest it has been here, and I don't
I'm
know how long.
sorry. That's terrible.
Yeah, we've hit 99 like 5 days in a row here.
We were in the 80s today with a beautiful breeze. I'm sorry.
We had storms like overnight and early this morning.
Yeah.
And it didn't really get hot here today. I loved it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
thunderstorms
115
last
here.
night. It rained today in the middle of the day. I'm in California. It was supposed to be 4 degrees hotter than yesterday, which was 97, and it never felt like that.
Yeah, it's one of the first beautiful days we've had here that was just beautiful for being outside.
Christy, Sweet Misery said it was 88 where she's at in Arizona. It was just, I couldn't even go outside today. It was so hot.
It was
Wow.
And we still haven't had
115.
any rain either. And there's a wildfire down in one of the parishes
Oh,
on
Lord.
the Louisiana-Texas state line. And they're now telling people that they're going to have to evacuate
Oh, God.
because of it. Because it's so hot here. And we're not supposed to get any rain for I know the next 10 days there's no rain.
That's crazy.
And the real feel here is like 112.
That's what ours was
humidity.
today. Mm-hmm.
Ours was 100, and then it was, with the heat index, was 115.
I left like 4 friends in my garage, my man cave, and went in my room because they're all talking.
There's a fire in Phoenix, Sweet Misery says.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've
Lord.
seen that. And that's what's going to end up happening. All these little fires are going to start popping up because everything is dead from no rain.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Canadian cat lady, I believe is her name. It's so small I can't hardly see it. But
Yes,
how are
it is.
you? Okay, so that's it, the Canadian cat lady?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was saying it correctly. How are you? Hey, cats meow. How are you? That one fire, though, it's in Louisiana. They said that they were warning people that they may have to be evacuated, or that they may have to evacuate. And then I seen a thing like 2 hours later that said that everybody's having to evacuate. So apparently they haven't gotten it contained. So,
Truth Exposed wants to know if we're going to be going over the
the documents.
yeah, or
Yep.
not.
Yeah, I'm fixing to go over it. I've actually got it pulled up here.
Actually, I really want to stay, but I already did 2 long things today, and I'm tired. So
Go get you
I
some
am,
rest.
and then starting tomorrow, school starting, so I won't be able to stay up late not too late anyway, on school nights.
Okay.
So I'll be back in your replay crew, Scarlett.
Okay, well, thank you.
But I'll definitely watch in the daytime now, until we get breaks and weekends and whatever. But and I'll probably still listen till I go to sleep.
Okay.
Hey,
No,
we
I completely understand.
your presence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm yawning constantly over here. Keep having to hit mute. So I'm like, I need to take my butt to bed.
Yeah, you need
Crime
some
sleuthing.
rest.
Crime sleuthing, I'm proud of you. You stood your ground today.
Thank
And I
you.
had your
It
back.
was-
I had your back.
You did. You were awesome. That was
Where you?
quite-
Oh,
quite
I know
something.
where you were. Okay.
Yeah, somebody had a panel where they asked people to prove to them that Bryan was guilty. So I played that side of it as well as I could. It was fun.
I missed it. I was at the doctor's.
Yeah, it was good. It was crazy though. Some people in chat were really rude, and I was like, I wanted to say, look, they don't behave like this over here at Scarlett's. That's what I really wanted to say. I called them big babies when I left, so I felt better.
Hey, I appreciate your view. We had a good discussion ourselves,
Yeah,
as opposite
yeah,
sides of the pole.
yeah. That's what it's all about, having open, frank discussions and just,
Right.
letting it
I
all
was,
out there and saying your opinion. And people's minds change constantly, and that's okay.
I was trying to find KK for more support.
Right, right. That would
Summer,
have been cool.
Summer, thank you so much for gifting that membership. And wait, where did it go? HT, I believe, is the one who got it, and then Glowbug. Thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. And she says, "Love y'all." And we love you too,
Aw.
Glowbug.
We love you too.
Love Bug. Bug.
Okay.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Have
All right.
fun.
Have a good
Good night,
night.
Debbie.
Have a good
Bye,
evening.
everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, GFH, how are you? All right, so let me get my chats back in order real quick. Everybody make sure that your chats are in live chat. Mine's been bounced off like 4 times. No longer than I've been live tonight.
Oh, God, mine was too.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that. It should just be
Why
a
do you
standard
have that?
option to just stay on live chat instead of a top chat, because if it's on top chat, you miss. Hey, Tonka, you miss a lot of the comments.
Yeah, definitely. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, Glowbug, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. And Kelly P got that one. All right. Let me get this where everybody. Oh shit, that's too big for me. Okay, is that okay for everybody? Can y'all see it?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Hey,
Lucky Phil, how are you?
can I say something to Tara real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tara, I tried to find where you were talking about, and I couldn't find it in the time that I had, so I'll try to go back and find it tomorrow, okay, honey? She had a thing that happened that
Oh, okay.
I was trying to find out.
Kelly P, yes, there was only one document that dropped today, and this is it.
Oh
Like
Lord.
it's 8 pages, only 7 are have stuff on it to read. The last page is just like showing where it was sent to or whatever. So
Is it from the state or from?
this is from the state. So it's the objection to the defendant's second motion to stay proceedings. And it says, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and objects to the defendant's second motion to stay proceedings. Because the defendant has not factually asserted a substantial failure to comply with the Uniform Jury Selection and Service Act, his motion should be denied. So the introduction to this is, before ever reviewing any of the grand jury materials to determine whether a violation of Idaho's Uniform Jury Selection and Service Act had actually occurred, the defendant was determined to obtain a stay in the case. And so, he has filed his first motion to stay under Idaho Code 2-213. This is the defendant's motion to stay, which was done on June 13th of 2023. So without knowing whether he had any basis in law or fact to make such a request, the defendant asked this court to grind the litigation in this matter to a halt because he intended to contest the indictment. That was the defendant's motion to stay, page 2. And desired to discover the grounds upon which to file a motion to dismiss related to how the grand jury was selected. The court declined to grant relief under the subsection and instead issued a limited stay ordering that speedy trial be told for a period of 37 days. That was the order staying time for the speedy trial, which was done on July the 7th of 2023. The state has moved to reconsider that order and argument as set for August the 18th. Having now reviewed the grand jury materials provided since his initial motion, the defendant has delivered on his promised strategy. He seeks a stay to buy more time to challenge the indictment in this case. In support of his second motion to stay, the defendant submitted the affidavit of Ann Taylor filed under seal. Through that affidavit, the defendant argues for a stay relying solely on the Idaho Code 2-208 and 2-213. This motion, like the last, should be denied. So this is their argument. So it says A, defendant's allegations regarding juror bias and statements of the court during the jury selection process do not fall within the scope of the Uniform Jury Selection and Service Act. So the Uniform Jury Selection and Service Act is concerned with the procedural mechanisms put in place by the courts in selecting grand and trial juries. Specifically, the purpose of the act is to ensure that all persons selected for jury service be selected at random from a fair cross-section of the population of the area served by the court, and that all qualified citizens have the opportunity, in accordance with the act, to be considered for jury service in this state and an obligation to serve as jurors when summoned for that purpose. Idaho Code 2-202. To that end, the Act prohibits discrimination against jurors on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, or economic status. Idaho Code 2-203 establishes the process for appointment of a juror commission and the process of reimbursing the jury commissioner for travel and other expenses. Idaho Code 2-205 establishes the procedure by which jury lists are complied and maintained. Idaho Code 2-206 sets forth a procedure by which the court must update those jury lists. Idaho Code 2-207 establishes the procedure for the court to issue juror questionnaires and summonses. Idaho Code 2-208 and sets forth other processes and procedures to ensure that the grand and trial juries are fairly selected from a reasonable cross-section of the community. Fofa.
You need more sass. You need more sass.
So the act does not address, nor does it provide a remedy for individual jury bias or statements made by the court during the jury selection process. And thus, to the extent that the defendant's concerns are based on such allegations, so see the affidavit of Ann Taylor at 2. Such issues fall outside the scope of the act and cannot form a basis for the stay the defendant seeks. B says the defendant's allegations regarding the exclusion of clerical information on some of the questionnaires do not fall within the scope of the act. Defendant asserts that the court-issued questionnaires constitutes a failure of mechanism in drawing a grand jury pool. In support of this argument, defendant asserts that some of the questionnaires did not include certain numerical information on the top of the page. This Taylor's affidavit at 4. However, the information referenced by the defendant is not required by the Act. See Idaho Code 2-208. Further, this information is not even included in the model form promulgated by the Idaho Supreme Court. See Idaho Court Administrative Rule 62C, Appendix A, available at, and they leave the whole big link here and all that. Okay, so let me go down. So thus, this issue also falls totally outside of the scope of the act. C is the defendant's suggestion that the court should maintain a separate qualified juror list for grand juries and trial juries misreads the plain language of the Idaho Code 2-208. Through Mrs. Taylor's affidavit, defendant argues that Idaho Code 2-208 states that individuals must be randomly drawn from a county jury list, and that jury commissioner shall draw a requisite number of qualified juries for one or more panels or for a grand jury. Thus, the defense asserts that the panel was improperly brought in as a grand jury. Later, the defense again points out that the language of the statute used the words "or" between jury panels and grand jury panels. This is a misreading of the plain language of the statute. Idaho Code 2-2081 provides that the court or any other state or county official having authority to conduct a trial or hearing with a jury within the county may direct the jury commissioner to draw and assign to the court or official the number of qualified jurors deemed necessary for one or more grand jury panels or as required by the law for a grand jury. Upon receipt of the direction and in a manner prescribed by the court, the jury commission shall publicly draw at random by use of a manual, mechanical, or automatic system from the county jury list the number of prospective jurors specified. So Idaho Code 2-208 with emphasis added. Plainly, the word "or" appears because the requisite number of jurors for a misdemeanor, felony, or civil trial jury is not always the same as the requisite number for grand jury. Nothing in the Act requires that the courts maintain separate lists for grand or trial juries. The court should incline to entertain this misreading of the Act.
Scarlett, link for Riddler, please.
Okay.
Well, I'm still here.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm still. I don't know what that was. Maybe someone just didn't see me up here. Continue on, Scarlett.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, because I can't see if anybody drops off a piano right now. So, okay. All right. So, so D says, as a reminder of the defendant's allegations, he has not alleged a substantial failure to comply with the Act. Even if the defendant can factually establish that a violation occurred, defendant has not met his burden of demonstrating a substantial failure to comply with the Act. See Idaho Code 2-2131. Instead, defendant asked the court to enter a stay in this case by raising allegations of technical violations without ever explaining how any reach the substantial standard set forth in the statute, apparently inviting the court to apply a strict liability standard. But the Act does not sweep so broadly. Only a substantial failure to comply can trigger a stay. Upon motion filed under subsection 1 of this section containing a sworn statement of facts which, if true, would constitute a substantial failure to comply with this chapter, the moving party is entitled to present in support of the motion the testimony of the jury commissioner or the clerk, any relevant records and papers not public or otherwise available used by the jury commissioner or the clerk, and in any other relevant evidence. If the court determines that in selecting either a grand jury or trial jury there has been a substantial failure to comply with the chapter, the court shall stay the proceedings pending the selection of the jury in conformity with this chapter, quash an indictment, or grant other appropriate relief. Thus, to obtain a stay, defendant cannot merely allege a violation occurred. The defendant must allege that a substantial violation occurred. Setting aside the claims of juror bias and missing numerical information on the questionnaire forms that fall wholly outside the scope of the Act, the court has before it 3 issues related to the questionnaires.
Well, stop and take a breath, Scarlett.
No, I'm good. First, that one of the grand jurors marked a box indicating that they did not comprehend English. Second, that one of the grand jurors disclosed that they were a prior criminal defendant. And the third, that one of the grand jurors did not mark whether they were a prior criminal defendant and did not sign and affirm the truth of responses. Hey, Deetra. So the court should dismiss out of hand the arguments related to prior criminal history because being a prior criminal defendant does not preclude someone from sitting on a grand jury. So Idaho Code 2-208. Instead, only those with a felony criminal conviction are disqualified from serving on a grand jury. And that's saying to see Idaho Code 2-2092B. Thus, this allegation falls outside of the scope of the Act altogether. The final 2 allegations concern the duty of the courts to follow up when a juror is not qualified to serve or when a questionnaire is not fully completed. See Idaho Code 2-2091. The administrative district judge or the administrative district judge's assignee, upon request or on its own initiative, shall determine on the basis of information provided on the qualification questionnaire whether a juror is disqualified. C2-2083, if it appears that there is an omission, the clerk or the jury commissioner shall again send this form with instructions to make the necessary addition. So the defendant alleges that one of the grand jurors submitted an incomplete questionnaire and suggests that somehow violated the act. But the submission of an incomplete form is not a violation of the act. In fact, the act contemplates that incomplete forms will be submitted, in which case the statute requires only that the jury commissioner again send the form with instructions to the prospective juror to make the necessary addition, clarification, or correction, and to return the form to the jury commission within 10 days after its second mailing. Idaho Code 2-2083. Notably, the statute requires no additional follow-up after the jury commissioner simply sends out the form for a second time. That means that there are two problems with the defendant's incomplete form theory. First, just as with the checkbox allegation above, the defense's affidavit does not even allege that the jury commissioner failed to follow this process in response to the incomplete questionnaires, and thus the defendant is not entitled to a stay. See Idaho Code 2-2132, requiring for a stay a sworn statement of facts which, if true, would constitute a substantial failure to comply with this chapter. Second, even if the allegation had been made, the jury commissioner's mere failure to conduct the ministerial task of sending the questionnaire out a second time cannot accurately be described as a substantial failure to comply with that statute. As to the allegation, was somebody about to say something? Okay, I thought somebody was about to say something on panel. As to the allegation that a grand juror checked a box indicating that he or she did not comprehend the English language, it is entirely accurate that an individual who actually cannot comprehend the English language is not qualified to sit on a grand jury. See Idaho Code 2-2091A, setting forth the requirement that jurors read, speak, and understand the English language. And the Act provides a process by which the court may determine the qualification of the grand jurors either upon request or upon its own initiative. That's Idaho Code 2-2091. That this grand juror was presumably able to otherwise complete the questionnaire form entirely in English and to participate in the grand jury proceedings demonstrates that the individual merely checked the wrong box of a lengthy form. More importantly, however, the defense does not even allege that this administrative district court judge or designee failed to follow up on a particular questionnaire. Idaho Code 2-2092B. Thus, the defendant has not alleged any violation of the Act, let alone a substantial one. So, in their conclusion, most of the allegations submitted by the defendant fall entirely outside of the Uniform Jury Selection and Service Act. The few that remain do not factually allege a substantial failure to comply with the Act. The court should decline to indulge the defendant's already stated intention to buy more time to engage in various litigation strategies. This motion, like his last, should be denied. This was done on August the 11th. Ingrid Beatty has signed it, and William Thompson Jr. has signed it.
So Willie's in chat.
Okay. Sally said, "Be nice to Santa."
Poor Santa.
Okay. All right. So as far as like the person who they were talking about up here that couldn't read the English language or whatever, I think it's kind of safe to say if they completed the whole form, they're fluent in the English language.
Right.
And,
yeah, that's a little confusing.
I mean, because don't you have to fill out this form while you're there? Excuse me. Liza, you're very welcome. You have to fill out the form while you're there, and then don't you have to answer questions and all this and that they are asking these potential jurors?
I thought so.
I mean, I would think so. The grand jury is a little harder than, I don't know.
Let's ask Riddler. He knows.
Yeah, let's ask Riddler.
Alrighty. I don't know how they do it in Idaho, but the only forms I never had to fill out any forms for a state court.
Okay.
Federal court, they sent forms to my address, and they told me to have that filled out by the time matter of fact, they said mail them back in.
Okay, so it wasn't something that you did in front of them.
No.
Okay.
But once you get there, don't they ask you questions too?
Yes, but no, they're really tough in the state court. They were really tough there on asking questions.
See, I told you he'd know.
But I mean, I don't know how they do it in Idaho. That's a state court, and federal court's another different story. Of course, that'll be the same throughout the country.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's just about the same.
And that was a while back. I was on the federal court, so rules change in these courthouses.
Yeah.
Every time I go in there, there's a different room to go in, which that's no problem. But then there's a different way they divide you up and where they send you.
Because I was wondering now if they send it home to these people and say, hey, you have been summoned for jury duty. We need you to fill out this questionnaire. And this person they don't understand the English language, then could they have gotten someone else to fill it out for them? And then that's the reason why they checked the no box on theirs, because they really don't. So therefore they wasn't lying. But then how do they make it through the whole process of getting onto the grand jury?
Right. If they don't understand it, there's no way they would.
Right. So was it just a mere accident and they clicked or checked the wrong box?
And I want to make it clear, I never served on a grand jury.
Okay. But I mean, I would think that the process would be the same with the jury or a trial jury and a grand jury, but
just more people.
Yeah, and they're done differently. Like a grand jury, we know it's just the prosecution, and a trial jury is through the whole trial.
Right. And it could be different with their questions too. Like asking questions. But I mean, it's a possibility they checked the box when they didn't mean to. I mean, we really don't know.
The amazing tip said, "With someone who isn't fluent wants to be on a grand jury." I mean, I don't think they would want to sit there and listen if they made it onto the grand jury. Sit there and listen to all this and not have a clue. There may be some words that they may understand, but if they're not fluent in English, just think there's a lot of us who are fluent in English that don't understand the whole entire process of the law. So just imagine someone who's not fluent in it.
Right.
So in essence, okay, I was reading chat as you were talking. So in essence, Summer, no, I don't know. I'm not going to say that, Richie. So in essence, what does this boil down to?
They're saying that it needs to be denied because they have not, and let me grab their exact words.
What needed to be denied? Because I was reading, I missed that whole thing.
His stay. He's asking for another stay.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the second motion to stay the proceedings, they are objecting to it, and they're saying that it needs to be denied because he has not provided factual. I'm trying to find the exact wording for it. So it says that because the defendant has not factually asserted a substantial failure to comply with the Uniform Jury Selection and Service Act, his motion should be denied. So he hasn't provided what he needed to provide. So
yeah, I understand. I just missed the first part of it.
Okay.
I'm going to say if Summer wants up here, she's going to have to tell me herself.
I know that. Go ahead, Betty Jo. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Riddle. Go ahead.
No, you go first, Betty Jo.
I would think if you can't understand the English language, that you wouldn't be on a grand jury.
You think?
Because they're going to ask you questions, and if you don't understand what they're saying, they're not going to put you on a jury.
I mean, how would you if you're not fluent in the English language, how are you going to accurately answer their questions when you're there and they're
don't
asking?
Yeah,
exactly.
You don't understand what they're asking you.
But why didn't the state catch that mistake though?
Oh, I don't know.
Because if it's a mistake, okay, that's fine. You accidentally hit the wrong box when you were filling it out. Not a big deal. But why didn't the state check? But they should have caught that.
Bofa says, check your Twitter. She sent you this law.
Okay. And for some reason, my Twitter is not giving me a notification when I have it pulled up that I have a message. Okay.
Sound like one day, maybe I'll find out how it works. A grand jury. Are you there for more than just one trial? In other words, they came in, presented their case, they left.
But wasn't this one the only one that they had? Wasn't there a document that said that this grand jury was put together just specifically for this?
Oh, you're probably right on that.
I don't remember what document that was in, but I do remember that being said, I believe, by the defense.
Yeah, they probably don't have many grand juries like they got around here. It's a small town.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I know grand juries don't have a dress code like the regular jury. They'll tell you come in suit and tie.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And ladies dress appropriate and men dress appropriate. Now on grand juries they have to wear business casual, but they don't have to wear suit and tie. But they don't want you in flip flops and a tank top either.
Well, no, I mean I wouldn't want nobody in the jury sitting in shorts and a tank top.
I would, as long as they spoke English.
And flip flops.
I mean, I would imagine most of your ones that they interview for the grand jury or however they do it, I'm sure they spoke fluent English and could understand the questions. Because
what the hell?
They're not going to put you on the jury if you don't understand the English language.
I would show up with a Puma tracksuit and a Kango.
With a cigarette.
You wouldn't believe some of the way these people dress to go to court. It's ridiculous.
Oh, I've seen some trials with some.
I'm joking.
Wild people
like some people I see dressed to go to church. It's amazing what you see.
Yeah, it is.
But they're bringing what I call the immigrants coming from Central America into the United States right now, and then they get them to register to vote. And if you're one of those states that says, "Well, we pick registered voters," where in my state it's registered driver's license, then all of a sudden they get a summons to show up, and yet they can't speak English, so they'll get disqualified while they're there.
Right.
Well, that's what Betty Jo was saying. You would.
And that should have been fixed before they even got the letter.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I agree. I agree with that. They shouldn't even have got the letter.
Exactly.
I know when I had to go for jury duty, I had this guy that was sitting next to me, and I was talking to him in between all of the, when they left the room and everything, and before they got there. And he was saying his father, he's Latin, and he didn't speak English either. And so he had to go, but then they asked him a question and realized he couldn't speak English, and they told him, don't worry about it. So.
Okay, yeah. So Bofa sends me this thing, right? She tells me to go to page 3. And then she says number 3, but there's 2 number 3s on page 3. I don't know which number 3 I'm supposed to be reading.
It's spoken in chat.
Do what, right?
Well, maybe you couldn't hear me. I always have problems. I was asking if Bob was in chat.
Yes, she's in chat. I don't know if she's going to come up or not, but I'm going to throw the link out in case, because she said, okay, I'm on my way, so I don't know.
It would always be better. I like Boba reading.
Wait, are you trying to say you don't like my reading, Ray?
No, you have a beautiful.
I like yours as well. It's not a knock. I was just, you could be doing other things while she reads. She's a good help.
Okay, she said the bottom of the page.
Knowledgeable.
Sally Mae says she's hiding.
Okay, so she told me which one. She said it's the long number 3 at the bottom of the page. So let me grab this and we'll pull it up and we'll read that one real quick. All right, so she said that this would answer. Let me get back into my other chat because I can't see my StreamYard. She said that this would answer some of the questions. So we're reading just number 3. So the clerk or the jury commissioner shall mail a qualification questionnaire form accompanied by instructions addressed to the prospective juror at their usual residence, business, or post office address. The qualification questionnaire form may be sent together with a summons in a single mailing or to a prospective juror. The qualification questionnaire form shall be in the form prescribed by the Supreme Court. The qualification questionnaire form must be completed and returned to the clerk or the jury commissioner within 10 days from the date of the mailing. The qualification questionnaire form shall elicit the name, address, or residence, age of the prospective juror, and whether the prospective juror A is a citizen of the United States of America and a resident of the county. B is able to read, speak, and understand the English language, or C has any disability impairing his capacity to render satisfactory jury services, and D has lost the right to serve on a jury because of a felony criminal conviction as provided by Section 3, Article 6, I believe that is, of the Constitution of the State of Idaho, and who has not been restored to the right of citizenship pursuant to Section 18-310 Idaho Code or other applicable law. The qualification questionnaire form shall contain the prospective juror's declaration that his responses are true to the best of his knowledge and his acknowledgement that a willful misrepresentation of a material fact may be punished as a misdemeanor. Notarization of the complete qualification questionnaire form shall not be required. If the prospective juror is unable to complete the form, another person may do so on his or her behalf and shall indicate that such person has done so and the reason therefore. So if this person that they're talking about doesn't understand the English language and someone else had to have filled it out for them, then that should have been something included with that. So if it appears that there is an omission, ambiguity, or error in a return form, the clerk or the jury commissioner shall again send the form with instructions to the prospective juror to make the necessary addition, clarification, or correction, and to return the form to the jury commission within 10 days after its second mailing. So if that's what happened, I wonder if somebody did fill it out for this person and oh wait, there's Fofa sitting in the back chat or backstage. Fofa, how are you?
Welcome, Fofa.
Apparently hiding in backstage. It's cool.
Okay, well, I couldn't see when I was reading. I can't see StreamYard because I have it covered in StreamYard, so I can only see my other chat.
The main part was just that, yeah, they get it in the mail. They have to speak English. And also you have to be a citizen in order to serve on a jury.
Right.
But that's not all states now, right? A lot of states.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, all states. You have to be a citizen of the United States.
They could vote, though. I don't think non-citizens should have the right to vote. They shouldn't have.
I don't think any do. It's the Alien and there's an act it was the Alien and Registration Act, I believe. You can't vote if you're not a citizen.
Yeah, true. She's right.
Okay, I'm just trying to catch back up in chat now. Somebody said, Kelly P said 1991. I don't know why she's putting that date unless somebody answered or asked a question in chat.
Hey, Fofa.
Hello.
I had to leave for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, so what if the person just filled the form out wrong and the commissioner addressed the issue. Then they would have given them another form to fill out, right? Hey, Brad.
That's what I understood.
Yeah, it seems like they would have mailed it a second time to them, and then they would have, with instructions, told them to fill it out, and then they had 10 days to send it back. Oh, okay, no problem, Kelly.
Hi, Will. You must have showed up when I hit the wrong button and disappeared.
Yo. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. Who filed this? The defense or the prosecution?
Prosecution.
The state said we don't want any more of your crap.
Yeah, well,
that your filings for the questioning of the grand jury were filed before you even had any information, and we don't want to hear about it anymore. No more delays. That's what they're saying here.
The paper said we're not supposed to vote if we're dead either, but here we are.
True.
Ain't that the truth?
So what? So is the defense saying something about the jury, and now the state's coming back and saying you're wrong, or what?
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask Fofa. Did you see anywhere where the state has said, or I'm sorry, not the state, but the defense, anywhere about this person checking the wrong box and all that, or did I miss a document somewhere?
No, you didn't miss it. But I believe it was filed under seal. So it's one of their. Let me find the exact one.
Because when I read that, I was like, I must have missed something during the time that it was.
Yeah, I never heard a defense say that before.
I didn't either. And so I thought maybe it was just something because, the site kept acting up for me for a couple of days and I couldn't get on it. And I'd have to go through the Wayback Machine and all that. So I thought maybe there was something on there because even now, today, I can't see anything, any new documents on my phone on the website. I have to go to the computer to be able to see it.
That's weird.
Yeah, so I didn't know if maybe there was a document that I had missed or something where it said that, but like Fofa said, more than likely it was done under seal.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
I mean, this is totally kind of off subject, but a little bit. So, does anybody know, like, if they speak a different language, and how do they do that in court? I mean, would they have like Spanish speaking or let's say Spanish speaking or Dutch speaking people that would like officiate over it and stuff? How does that happen?
Like as a witness?
No, let's say that just for argument's sake right here. I don't mean anything by it. But okay, let's say that they speak Spanish, okay? Mm-hmm. And that they're the ones that are being defended. Do they have like Spanish speaking people that like, let's say a lot of the other people only speak Spanish too, the witnesses and all of that, they only speak Spanish. So do they like have like Spanish speaking attorneys and judges and all that?
They have an interpreter that stands right next to them.
Uh-huh.
And when the question's asked, let's say it's Spanish, the interpreter will say to them in Spanish, the witness will repeat it back, their answer in Spanish, then that person gives the answer to the jury and to the court.
Oh, Julie Dunn said in California they have headphones that translate. Oh, like the
yes, I have seen those.
The United Nations use those.
Yes, I have seen those. And isn't that what the guy that's on trial right now for, was it the sixth wife murder trial or whatever? I seen that he had those on, but I haven't watched it, so I didn't know if it was for translation or not. But I would hate to be the court reporter trying to transcribe all that. It would be hard.
No, I wouldn't want to do it.
That'd be very hard.
you know that in California it is not a felony to sell children?
What?
Okay, Deception
Who
said,
said
do you
that?
know, Deception Dismantled said, do you know in California it is not a felony to sell children?
What?
Oh, no.
What?
I've never heard of that. Now I'm going to have to Google it.
That's
Well, it should be.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's where the federal government will step in then.
that's crazy. Why would anything be like that?
Hollywood.
Well, yeah, but shoot.
Government.
Yeah, where's the Epstein list? Think we really give a shit?
Yeah, no, I get it. I know.
Trust me,
It's
I
just
wish we
I
did.
don't like to think people are like that.
No,
Yeah, well,
none of us do, but they're out there.
Yeah.
yeah. Once you like see the names, you don't want to believe it. But
Right.
I don't know. I need to get the hell out of this country.
Okay,
No kidding.
Ida said that she used to translate for mediation clients.
And I guess once again, it's going to depend what state and how big of a city it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now it's been a while back for me
They
on
have
jury
to give
duty.
them an interpreter,
Wait.
Right, they have an
Wait.
interpreter, but we didn't
no
have the
matter how
headphones.
small.
They didn't have the
Yeah.
headphones.
Okay. Deception Dismantled says no. Lie. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. That is what I do. I am building my platform exposing that. What?
That's crazy.
I'm lost.
I'm lost too. So
We're all lost.
I've been lost.
I thought I was lost.
You are lost, but we're with you.
Yeah, I think you have the channel. You beat everybody.
Justine, thank you so much for being a member for 7 months. And she said 1.25 speed to catch up.
Right. You're lost and we're your souls. We're right along with you.
So California doesn't have a law on selling children?
I don't know. I'm confused now.
Because I'm reading that like, no lie. I thought I was going to have a heart attack.
Oh, well, that could be too.
I don't see commas, but anyway.
Well, I'm looking at their channel. I think you're reading it right, Riddler. Because that's what it looks like.
Oh, good Lord.
That is crazy.
I'm trying to answer a message back. And it's not.
I think you're right, Riddler.
Okay. Wait, I got to see what this link is that Fofa put in back.
So that's the second motion to stay. So it goes over it broadly goes over what they are addressing in this, but the specifics were filed under seal.
Okay.
Now,
and also the crime of buying and selling children as defined in 18 USC. It's an extremely serious offense. It's illegal.
All right, and y'all check the back chat real quick while I'm grabbing this. Where did it go? Okay, no, that's today. Hold on, because I just had your thing pulled up, Fofa. Hold on, let me grab this real quick. Avery, thank you so much for. Why is it not pulled? Okay. Thank you so much for the super chat. She said, I'm listening to y'all, not typing because I'm in the kitchen making wax melts and overalls and tan rain boots because of the mouse about to pass out from the heat.
Oh, Lord.
Avery, thank you. That was very nice of you.
My Lord, it's just a little mouse.
Okay.
You know, I went to somebody's live that was last night. I didn't go when it was live. I was watching it this afternoon. Mm-hmm. And there was a lady on there saying that she Googled, like, what do they call them? Hazmat suit thingies. And actually,
is it the Tyvek suits? Is that what you're talking about?
They actually have dark gray ones on Amazon with the hat and mask and everything, gloves, everything.
Oh, Lord. Make it easier.
I mean, you know, he could have done like a Dexter thing or something.
Right.
He didn't have time.
Well, if he has that over his clothes, though, it wouldn't take long to get him off.
Yeah, but where? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So imagine the process of taking that off.
Because you would have to take your boots off or whatever shoes that you have on.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think those would be easy enough to like pull over your shoes or anything like that.
Dylan would have noticed it and said it, you know, because I just think that's different than clad in all black.
But wouldn't red fluid be all over it just as easy as it would your clothes?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like when he takes it off and it hits the ground or it hits whatever is around him, like, I don't know. Just weird that there's not one spot in that car, like a speck, something. I don't know.
Yeah.
You have to remember that car was supposed to be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah,
it was
a petri
a rolling
dish, right?
crime scene. Ain't that what they said?
A rolling
Who's
petri
the
dish.
one that said that?
Listen, I've heard like 10 creators say it, and now they're backpedaling. So a lot of them. I should say that.
Well, I only watch a couple, so.
I just remember.
I
used to watch a lot of them.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I did too. I've narrowed it down a
Now
lot.
I watch 2.
But I heard some content creators saying they're going to most definitely find evidence in the car.
Oh my God, yeah. And I've heard a lot of them say, "Oh, if they don't find anything, I'm going to switch my view." Yeah, none of them switched their view.
Yep.
Well, I heard Nancy Grace going off on it one night.
But
She was talking about every crook and cranny and crack, and that car somewhere's in there is going to be that DNA. And that's when we got you, Mr. Kohberger.
Cleaned it so well.
I hold my position from the beginning. He's innocent until proven guilty.
Me too. Show me something otherwise, I'll change my mind. That's all.
Right.
Yeah, that was what certain people on Twitter kept pushing about the car.
Right.
The car's got to be full of evidence. Got to be full of evidence. Rolling treasure trove of evidence is what they said whenever he was going back across over to Pennsylvania.
October 2nd is one day closer. I can't wait. I want to see the evidence that they have that will put the nail in the coffin.
I do too.
I think we all want
that. That's why I'm ready for the trial to start.
I just don't understand why Anne would be attacking small shit if they had big stuff. Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Maybe she can't dispute the big stuff.
Why not? What was she gonna do in the trial? Lay down?
That's probably what she's waiting for.
Yeah.
I just want to see the phone pings that are close or in the house, or a picture of him driving the car around that time. You know, something solid.
Yeah. Put his phone in the house, it's over. Or put his phone outside the house or whatever. If you have
Scarlett.
Yeah, I'm grabbing it. The link. Yep, I'm grabbing it. Hey, Janice, how are you?
Can you stop, please?
Huh?
Oh, sorry, I'm talking to my cat.
Oh, I'm like, what?
This thing is psycho.
It didn't even sound like you. I thought it was somebody else.
Oh, me? Yeah, I'd speak to my cat differently. Jesus.
I mean, do we really think this trial's going to start on October 2nd?
I hope so.
I hope it does, but I don't think it will. I think it's going to get pushed back for some
We all hope
or
it
another.
I do too.
What's up?
I think both sides want more time, but they're pretending that they don't.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I got a question. I had to take a break from my kitchen duties. How do we know for sure that there's nothing in the car?
Because it says in the document
that
there's no victim's DNA in the car, house, apartment, or office.
That's what Anne says.
Okay.
But what if Anne didn't?
I don't think she lied in a legal document.
Yeah, she lied on a legal document, and the state hasn't came back and like.
But what if Anne didn't
They haven't refuted it.
Yeah, they clap back at the jury thing. What about this? They haven't said a word about it.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead, Avery.
Doesn't she have to sign it under penalty of?
Yeah, but remember what the Michigan lawyer said. If that's her belief at the time, then she wouldn't be committing perjury. And maybe,
yeah, that's true.
Maybe results haven't come back yet. And it looks to me like, so, okay, the prosecution, again, they're not wanting Bryan to get the motion of stay. They're wanting to move forward and go to court.
Mhm.
And I just feel like they're ready. I mean, why?
But they put a motion in earlier trying to the first stage, trying to eliminate that so that he had given away his right because of that, his right for a quick trial.
Right.
They wanted it to go on longer. That was a earlier document that they put in. This is a little later document.
And I'm trying to find the document where it says that the state says that they turned over all of the stuff regarding the car.
I don't know, but
I just got to find it.
If I worked for the prosecution's office and I knew that everything had been turned over, or maybe she hadn't got all the results yet, and she filed something like that, well, I wouldn't challenge that about DNA in paperwork proceedings. I'd save it for trial, because I'd be thinking, well, if she thinks that there's nothing, then we got a big surprise for her in court.
Yeah,
and that's a
Scarlett,
possibility what they're doing.
I sent the link to the document you're looking for.
Okay, and I think I actually found it on the first try too.
I kind of think the same applies to,
I got the right one,
like any other DNA that was found in the house. I mean, of course she's gonna say that there's no ties.
Yeah.
But she could have really believed that when she types that.
I'm just wondering how much known DNA was in the house that they thought.
Can you imagine, because of how many kids were in and out of there?
Yeah, and they just had a party Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
And then if there's no DNA except for those little bit of DNAs, now I want to know if you guys test for cleaning chemicals. I still want to know that.
That's going to come out in court. If they found cleaning chemicals in his vehicle, that's going to come out.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm talking about in the house.
Oh,
it'll come out about the house too.
I don't think there was any, this is just my opinion, I don't think there was any cleaning done in the house. I think that whoever committed this crime was hauling ass to get out of there. I don't think they were stopping to
agree. I agree with
that single footprint. There may be more, but they put in a single footprint and it was invisible, like somebody cleaned it up, but they didn't do a good job. And there was no other footprints. That raises a big question mark atop my head, because I can't understand that. Just like with Dylan, I can't understand.
It makes me think that whoever did this had like bags or something over their shoes.
Yeah.
I don't
think necessarily cleanup when I think about that. When I think about that footprint, I don't necessarily go to cleanup. I go to maybe it just was hardly anything on there until they put the what do you call it?
Was it a left shoe print?
They never said.
I don't think they said.
Yeah, I don't.
Said a late shoe print.
Yeah.
So where did BK's automobile go? Who has it?
The FBI. Oh, yeah, the FBI. It's at the. I think it's at the. Went to the crime scene lab in Pennsylvania. I don't think it was transferred to.
Yeah, I don't.
Idaho.
I don't know.
Hold on, I'm trying to get this moved over.
I mean, you would think Pennsylvania had it to preserve.
So all the stuff that's in the house should be back by now. It should have been back.
Oh, yeah, it's been, what, 8 months?
Yeah, on May the 12th, there was a court document put out by the state And it said numerous lab reports regarding forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered from the defendant's parents' home, trash cans, the defendant's vehicle have been disclosed to the defendant. Let's see. These reports include items from the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, as well as the Idaho State Police Lab. The defendant's attorneys and investigators have also been given direct access to view and inspect items seized from his parents' residence, including his vehicle. So the car would be back in Idaho then.
Maybe, yeah, possibility.
It would be interesting to know where all the blood spatter was. Like if there was red stuff. If it was like on the ceiling and high walls and stuff, then you would know like there was arterial sprays, and then you would be like, how in the world could he not have, have gotten it on him and transferred it to the car?
Well, I have to say, my husband, when he was 16 years old, he had an aunt that her neighbor came in and tried to SA her, and she fought back, and so he took a sharp pointy thing and chased her around the house, and there was red stuff on ceilings, on walls, on the floor, just places you would not even believe it could get on there. So, I mean, and that was only one person. So there's got to be something somewhere. I mean,
for sure in the bedrooms. I'm just wondering what about like the rest, like the living room, whatever it was that they were looking at in the living room there on the floor.
Yeah.
Was something of interest because there was several people standing around there taking pictures, stepping over it, and all that. Which don't know exactly what it was.
But if you hit a vital spot and no arteries, it's not going to spray. It's just going to leak.
So I had heard somebody suggest that the initial wounds on each victim could possibly have been like straight into the neck to, keep them from screaming, yelling. So if it's in the neck, would that automatically be arterial sprays? Does anybody know?
I would think that it would, yeah.
You could hit the windpipe and go right between it.
Yeah. That's what I was just thinking. Okay. And that was it too. I was listening to you guys. You guys were saying something about a law in California about.
Yeah, we'll talk. I'm not going to discuss that no more.
Oh, okay. Can you just tell me, was that correct information or incorrect?
Not sure. I haven't looked into it yet.
Oh, okay.
As far as I know, it's not correct.
Okay.
All right. Let me pull Willie back up now. Okay, Willie, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Okay. I was losing my shit.
Willie jumped off.
I was losing my shit when you're talking about the blood stuff, because I'm trying to figure out, okay, if he didn't track it out to his car, fine. But what about room to room? What about the first room that he went to when he was done, and then he ran to the next room? There has to be some kind of transfer there.
What if?
Yeah, but it would be their blood.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I keep saying that word.
Still a shoe print. It's still better than a latent shoe print. I mean, you could still take like a blood shoe print, and that's going to be evidence.
But
now again, if you had bags on.
What if he was on? What if he had something wrapped around his shoes? Or
okay, so when he got to the back door and he's all wrapped up in this stuff, then what did he do? When he's leaving the back door, and
the bottom of plastic would still pick up the red stuff and move it.
It would smear it, is what it would do.
He could have He could have went out the back door, stripped naked,
And if he had plastic
And
on
how
his
much
feet, he
time?
wouldn't have left the shoe print.
But what about that
By
back
waiting.
How much
patio that
time?
Riddler said was there's no blood on the back patio or outside the sliding glass door?
None that we saw.
Well,
So
yeah.
King Scarlet said, I wonder if he fell on that step, talking about the one outside, excuse me, of Dylan's door.
I'm wondering that
And
too.
that's why the investigators were in that area. Because if he's coming from like third floor down going into Xana's room, he could have tripped on that and fell into the living room area.
I was wondering that too.
And this guy had time to do a lot of stuff, I'll tell you that.
I was going to tell you guys too. Earlier today, MJ was replaying press conferences, and Chief Fry, he does clarify that the door was open. He doesn't say if it was the front door or the sliding door, but he said that the door was, not only was it unlocked, but when they arrived, that it was open.
I thought both were open.
Well, that's what he said in the press conference that I listened to today. He said the door, but he didn't specify.
See, he didn't clarify.
He didn't say which door, but he said it was open.
I want to know if the front door was open at 8:30 when the neighbor walked by and said it was.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's going to be interesting, I'll tell you that. There's a lot of...
so crazy.
Right?
Okay, Avery, check the back chat real quick.
Okay.
Don't know.
I heard Mabbitt was a defense attorney also. William, yes, she is an attorney, a registered nurse, and the coroner.
I went to the doctor.
One stop.
I went to the doctor today.
Uh-huh.
And the doctor said, why is your pulse so high? I said, well, I'm following this case on YouTube about the Idaho 4. I said, right now it's got me like aggravated.
She
started laughing at me.
Did he know about the case, Betty Jo?
No. I said, it's serious. It's a true case. I said, that's probably why my pulse is so high, because I sit here and think about this case.
I'm pretty certain, I'm like 95% certain that like the two people that I know that are like close to him, I think got subpoenaed because they've been pretty quiet. Yeah. Which I'm assuming they did as a character witness. I don't know, like, if the defense always does that, but they've gone really quiet.
Wow.
Oh, really?
That's interesting.
They must have got subpoenaed.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but it makes sense.
Oh, I cannot wait for the witness list to drop.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, from all I've heard, his pool of friends to be character witnesses is pretty low.
Not really. I mean, there's a lot of people that knew him. I don't know, people think there wasn't, but there are. Trust me.
I mean, you're going through school,
That's
you're gonna
saying.
have
but also, like, again, if I knew two people that knew him up until high school, I wouldn't care about that. But he went to college and then would come home, and then would go back and come home. So like when he would come home, he would hang out with the people that he hung out with in high school. So that's why I know, and that's how I know he was 100% did drugs, and So I'm not saying he was the best person in the world, but again, there are people that he hung out with that know of him. Right. So I'm assuming that Anne's gonna.
Drugs don't make bad people. Drugs are an addiction, and people are addicted to a lot of things like adrenaline.
Yeah, caffeine.
Oh. Okay, hold on, John. Just reading something.
Riddler, I gotta tell you something.
Okay.
Okay, well, actually, I want to ask you something. Did you see the news today about Tampa Bay Wander
Franco?
Wander Franco? Uh-huh.
What happened to him?
So he's under investigation for relations with very, very underage,
No.
In fact,
R. Kelly again.
In fact,
many of his rookie cards.
he's what do they call it? Not suspended, but what do they call it in baseball?
Suspended.
He's suspended.
There was another word. He
I don't
was
know another word.
Belled.
God damn.
I know. I seen that today, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
I'm about to dump all of his baseball cards right now.
Who was it?
Jesus, Wander
Franco, the Dominican.
Yeah.
He plays for who?
Tampa Bay
Rays.
Hey, I just saw something where like a coalition of Native Americans sent a letter to the Redskins, well, the Nationals,
Oh my
wanting them to
God.
change the name back to the Redskins, or they're going to try to boycott them and cancel them.
Yeah, well,
really?
that's pretty cool because it's ridiculous.
They should have never changed their name.
No, they shouldn't.
Okay, Coco, thank you.
Well,
I'm with my people on that one.
They
were
were
you
the
saying?
Redskins
Are you saying
when
that
I started watching
Are you saying that? Are you saying that Redskin is fine?
They're saying it's fine. They're saying, when the Redskins first became a team, their coach was a Native American. I think he had input in naming it. And they take pride in it.
I mean,
At least the ones that are
but what if
signed
every
the
Native
petition and
American?
sent it to the Redskins?
Wait,
But what
hold
if
on,
Native
y'all.
Americans?
Sofa, I don't have anything in Twitter.
I just realized that. One second.
Okay.
But they've been the Redskins since I was growing up.
Yeah, but Betty Joe, this world has gone soft.
Oh, I know. I know.
Okay, everything that was okay is not okay anymore, which doesn't make sense to me. But
I
whatever.
I trip off of all the changing of definitions of words.
Well,
I can understand it though,
I can
because
tell you why, but it's not the place to do it.
Like if I was Native American, I was walking around my children, and then like everybody had shirts on with an Indian on it that said Redskin. Like, what if every Native American walked around with this shirt of a white person on that said White Skin? Like, would that be okay? Like, would that be okay?
I have a Redskins jacket from my mom.
No, I got you. I'm just saying, like,
I mean,
well, really,
Scarlet. All right, y'all. Let's
I
get
can see
back
both sides,
to.
I guess.
I think
Okay,
they're trying to say, it's ridiculous that it's gone that far, that we have gotten that ridiculously soft and just that ridiculously
absolutely.
Just like
I can't even say ma'am anymore. I can't say Mr. Ma'am. I'm scared to say
I
anything.
know, it's ridiculous.
How are you doing, ma'am? What did you call
I
me?
speak how I speak.
Well, you can call me ma'am. I like it.
All right.
Yeah, you have to ask what your pronoun is.
Yeah.
I don't believe in forced tolerance. That's not tolerance at all.
No.
Okay, so okay. Thank you, Sofa.
Yes, they do some
it's crazy.
I gotta hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find something in this document.
I'm mainly Cherokee, so I don't find it offensive at all.
I'm Italian and Irish.
My great grandma was full-blooded Native American.
Greek. We invented all this shit.
I'm a mutt.
But I'm mostly Italian.
Yeah, I'm a mutt too. Heinz 57. My mom always said so many things I can't remember.
I'm a love child. My mom and my aunt, they were Steelers groupies, and my mom had an affair with one of the.
Did you say your mom and dad were dealers?
No, my mom and my aunts were groupies for the Steelers. NFL
Steelers.
The Steelers.
Hell yeah, go
You said they were dealers. Like, Jesus,
I
relax.
did too. I'm like,
what? Yeah, and my mom, she had a passionate night with one of the players from Spain, and I came about. And no, I'm not telling you guys who he is either.
Well, who's your papa?
No, he's deceased. He actually died drunk. He drowned drunk in his pool.
So why can't you tell us then?
In Pennsylvania, because I don't want people looking all that stuff up.
I'm about to look it. I'm about to look it up.
I'm gonna look it up right now. I know this.
I'll know in about 2 seconds.
I was born since 74.
Tonka, Lord Jesus, y'all. Sofa, what am I supposed to be looking? from Blake?
No, what I sent you about the blood spatter.
Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot. Hold on.
Poor Scarlett. We just get to talking about everything, and she's like,
Well, I was trying to find what Fofa was talking about in the private chat about what Blaker had said. And, so she was sending it to me now.
But yeah, it was, and we got way off of that tangent. So
Yeah, I blame myself all the time. I go on tangents.
Have y'all seen like the shit coming out every day about new UFO sightings and this country getting attacked by aliens, that country getting attacked by aliens? It's getting insane.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of different things on YouTube about it.
I saw that thing over New York. I think it was yesterday or the day. But Jesus,
you know, propaganda. You have to be watching that stuff because when they had those Chinese balloons, you guys remember the Chinese what were they called? Chinese balloons?
COVID?
Yeah.
Water Chinese. Yeah.
It was like 2 weeks went by before I even knew about it because I'm so invested in. I swear they distract us.
They brought it.
Well,
They brought it down to South Carolina.
I knew after that hearing it was going to heat up.
Avery, read that chat.
Okay.
Penny Pickett. Wait, lady.
I don't know. I just asked Alexa.
He's like 20. He's like 22, 23.
Fofa, I just went to page 20. Is that what you told me? And I don't see that on here.
Pickett is not a Spanish name.
It's 23.
sorry, it's on page 19.
I love you, lady.
At the bottom of it.
Okay, so this is what I was trying to find, and I can't see chat right now because I can't. Let me see if I can move this without it messing me up and losing.
I think it stopped for a second.
Sally Mae, your comments keep dropping. A lot of people has had that problem here lately for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, you go to comment something, it says like something not available, and you have to close it down and come back.
Yeah, Jim P said her chat froze up. Somebody was in here last night, and every time they would type something, it kept dropping their messages for some reason, and then finally it started back working.
I keep getting network error.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, sometimes I don't like Alexa. You lied to me. Yes, and she just lied to me and made me look like an idiot.
I threw my Alexa out when I found out that they listen to you.
Oh, everything listens to us.
Your phone listens to you.
That's why I gag it. Sorry.
I sent some photos from the Gainesville Ripper case to you. Okay. I think Fofa may have some, but it'll show what the splatter looks like.
Okay.
Brother, did you email me?
Yes, sir. I sure did.
I need to start reading up on this whole Gainesville Ripper thing so I know what y'all were talking about when y'all were talking about it.
Yes, you do.
Hey, Elliot, how are you? Okay, so we were talking about the red stuff a second ago. And Blaker's, because, there was Brett Payne did a PCA and then Blaker did a PCA. Well, in Blaker's PCA, it said the King Road residence contained a significant amount of the red stuff from the victims, including spatter and cast-off. Which, based on my training, makes it likely that the evidence was transferred to Kohberger's person, clothing, or shoes.
So that means there had to have been sprays.
And it also says that there's a stain pattern resulting from drops released from an object due to its motion.
Wow.
Is that on page 19 as well?
Yeah, that was in the parentheses, but I just took out the red word when I read it.
Isn't cast off like motion from the weapon moving and then causing a splatter?
Mm-hmm.
Fofa, I love you.
And that could have been what they were looking at in the living room on the floor.
Possibility.
It could have been drops or hell, it could have been more shoe prints as far as we know, but there was something that interested them in that area to be taking pictures, standing around it, swabbing it, and all that.
And it wasn't for that shoe print?
Well, I mean, I don't know. They could have done it for a shoe print too. Who knows? It may not have been a latent shoe print. It just might have been a shoe print. Okay, let me find it real quick. Hold on, let me go back to chat.
If the shoe doesn't match, though, whose shoe is it?
Doesn't fit. You must have quit.
Well, I've been thinking the same thing.
You go, Willie. You go, Willie.
My mind went right to the white Bronco.
Right.
Okay, so Riddler, here's a question for you from Steve W. And Riddler is still in here, right? He has
Wait,
Yes, I was asking that a while back. When they send these packages, I'm sure they got everything separated. You like to think the government's on top of things. They never make mistakes, right? So they got everything in a sealed container. Is there any chance when it gets to the lab things rub up against each other or bump? And how are they sent? I mean, that's something that a person like me doesn't know, and I would want to know. I like to watch that one day when it comes in. What's the process that they go through at a lab to check for DNA? I mean, yeah, you see it on the Crime Channel, but you see them standing up there. You know, it's the old commercial type pictures.
Well, didn't they send it to two labs?
That's what I was gonna say. If it went to several labs, it's more apt to be contaminated.
Well, I'm trying. Well, yeah, but people say that they can, like, you can preserve the DNA on the object. But I guess my question is, how did the first lab not find like the DNA, but the second lab did?
Wasn't it the state lab, and then the FBI came in and stopped them from testing, and then they did the testing?
I thought it went local, state, and then FBI.
I thought they sent it to a place that had more
equipped.
No, more sensitive equipment.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, didn't it go to Texas?
Yeah, that's how they developed the SNP DNA profile, the other type that was used for the genetic genealogy.
Sofa, do you remember? Because for some reason, I'm remembering that it was like transported, like they drove it themselves to make sure that nothing happened. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right, Avery.
I think that's what Howard Bloom said. I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh,
wait, that what happened now?
They personally drove the DNA to the lab to make sure that nothing.
I don't know why I thought you said personally drove his car.
You guys can never understand me on here. I don't understand.
I don't know why I thought that when you said they personally drove. I don't know where I got his car.
Yeah, I thought people were drug dealers.
I myself have trouble hearing. I went to the doctors. They checked my ears. They said they're okay, and I said I still can't hear.
And your daddy's a 20-year-old player.
I mean, I think it has a lot, because sometimes Avery, when she's talking, though, it gets like a muffled sound.
Yeah.
And that could be the problem.
Well, I always known I have selective hearing. If I focus on something, I tune everything out.
Yeah.
But it's a good question, Steve W., and it's a question that I asked a long time back. How careful are they when they send these items to a lab? That I guess you would call it cross-contamination, that they don't touch each other. So I don't know.
Well, whenever you're watching trials on TV, and they always have the person on the stand, like you got to put gloves on, then you got to cut into it and all this, like the evidence to look at it, and it's like all taped up in this bag envelope or whatever. I wonder, like, if it goes, okay, let's say for instance it's at the Idaho lab. Are they going to tape it up and all that into the same stuff that we see on these trials on TV, send it down to Texas, and that Texas does whatever they got to do with it, and then put it back into that same type of stuff, and then send it back to Idaho?
They're supposed to.
Yes, that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I thought it went from Texas to the FBI.
Well, I was just using for an example, like if it went from Idaho down to Texas, Texas did their thing with it and then sent it back to Idaho. I'm just wondering if it left Texas, did they properly put it back into this envelope or bag or whatever it is that they put it in and tape it up and make sure that nobody could open it between point A and point B?
Right. I would hope they would.
And it gets back to what we were saying, gosh, what was it, 3 weeks ago, I guess. If I'm a forensic expert and I'm inside that house and I got my gloves on, when I get through dusting over here, do I got to take those gloves off when I move over to the next spot?
I would think so.
Maybe.
Or if I'm trying to pick up blood, red fluid, I'm sorry, trying to pick up red fluid. When I go from spot to spot, and do I have to document every time I take my glove off and put a new set of gloves on?
Probably.
Well, if you're using like those swabs, you're not actually touching anything. You're just, the swab is.
Because maybe you're saying if something gets on you on the glove or something.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, why would they need to change? I mean, I think that would be the right way. Don't get me wrong, but if they don't touch anything, but that swab touches it, why would they need to change gloves?
I've managed in the restaurant area, and you have to change your gloves every time you move to a different station. Every time you touch your face or touch your body, you have to change your gloves.
Well, I mean, and what we're talking about is possible contamination. Like the actual contamination happened when somebody was called over to the house. So, in my opinion, that's a contaminated crime scene from the beginning. As soon as she called
I agree.
a guy over to that house and not 911, that's the big issue. That's why you call 911. You don't call other people, because as soon as somebody steps into that house, into that crime scene, it's contaminated.
I absolutely agree with you.
And we don't know if they even went up to the third floor. We have no idea about that. So
when I see pictures of people sneezing inside the house, a person with his booties on walks out of the house and back into the house.
Yep.
I mean, it's things like that, and your hand could accidentally touch the wall. You lost your balance.
Oh, you saw that, Riddler?
Yes. There's pictures of the forensic team. A female is sneezing in the air, no mask on, nothing.
See that?
I see. I saw that too.
Unless it's a Photoshop deal.
Does she at least cover her mouth?
I don't know. She's got something. She's got stuff in her hands.
All over
I mean, the only way she could cover her mouth is with her arm.
Yeah, her elbow area.
Yeah, but even at that point, do you know that the spray from your sneeze didn't go over your arm and get on something?
Well, then if you raise your arm to sneeze or cough into your elbow, you are getting that on that bag or whatever evidence you're carrying on the outside of it. At least you're getting it in there.
And then it showed a guy, he was inside doing some work, and he walked outside on I think it was a patio, then back in. But somebody's got those pictures. I don't have that.
I don't understand that. Like they should know better.
They had people that was like, I think it was the FBI that was walking in with no gloves, no shoes, no mask, no nothing. And they went in, and then they brought brown sacks of evidence out, and they still weren't wearing anything.
I don't understand that.
And that's why I wanted to see what I'm sorry, go ahead, Avery.
I've only tried like 5 times. There's just one other thing I wanted to tell you guys, and then I'm going to suit up and go back in the kitchen. In that press conference also, because this was kind of stood out to me, Chief Fry said that they did not know what the suspect was wearing.
How did they not know if Dylan... Wait, when did you see the press conference? So I missed that part when you were talking about it earlier.
MJ was replaying all the press conferences earlier, and I believe it was the first either the first or second presser that Chief Fry did, and he said that at that time they did not know what the suspect was wearing. And
I believe
at that
the
time
first
they probably didn't have a
conference
witness
was
either.
3 days
Well,
after, so 16th, and I
yeah,
think
the
the
16th.
second was 10 days after, whatever that date is, the 23rd.
Right. I want to see so bad when she gave that statement of seeing somebody in the house. I need to know. Like, I need to know when.
But wouldn't she have given that the day that it happened, whenever they took, because they had to have questioned Dylan and Bethany.
My money's on no.
You don't
Yeah,
think
they
would
have to.
because they questioned Jack D on the 13th, and he
I
don't even
keep
live
thinking,
there.
no. I keep thinking, I've said a lot of times, I want to hear that first interview / interrogation.
Exactly.
Because they said they talked to him several times.
Yeah.
And I
I
want to know.
I think the pressure was on. Yeah.
Her testimony changes in between each of the interviews.
Yep.
But do
So
we
my
know
money's
that
on.
for a fact that changed through each interview?
No, I'm just going by what I saw, and
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's a possibility that happened, and if it did happen, it's bad for the prosecution.
The reason that doesn't sit right with me is because I do not believe that Dylan used the word clad.
She didn't.
That's an old word.
They used that. They used that to write the PCA. I don't think that was her, because that's what I said. But
or it could have been coaching.
It wasn't in quotes, and also they wouldn't have known what he was wearing if they weren't going to admit that Dylan was awake. So if they said what he was wearing, that means that they had an eyewitness that they weren't ready to admit that they had.
Or they have on video.
Good point. Good
And,
point.
and I believe that because they've been lying from the beginning about things.
They could have him on video wearing something. How do we know that meant that there was a witness?
That's a good point, though, Fofa. If they didn't want the unaliver to know that they had an eyewitness, then they wouldn't say in the.
Yeah, he's still at loose, and that would make her a larger target.
All these police tactics.
But I wonder though, because like what King Scarlett is saying, we've heard that Dylan and her boyfriend both lawyered up like super quick. Now I don't know why the boyfriend would have, since he claimed that he's never been to Moscow. But I would think that her attorney was probably in there when she was being questioned.
I think her boyfriend did.
But what have we all learned from all of this? That you don't talk without an attorney.
Exactly.
Right. So
you go into a police station. You say, "I want a lawyer, please."
Yep.
He should be helping them solve the case from in jail. Don't you know that?
Was it Dylan's boyfriend that drove the black truck, or Bethany?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they have his truck though. A picture of it in Moscow.
Joke.
Remember?
Yeah. There is a picture of it, but I don't know if that's his truck, because there's pictures of him driving a car, also him and Dylan.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. I thought her dad had a truck like that too.
Oh, that could be. All right, guys, I'm hopping down and going back in the kitchen. I gotta suit up just in case that mouse comes out.
Good luck.
Right, well, have fun. Thank you for coming up.
I'll be listening though.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye, sweetie.
Bye.
Bye, Avery.
All right.
Vapor, that could be it. Vapor said because Dylan told him everything.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that he's never been to Moscow, Dylan's boyfriend.
Oh, I don't either.
Yeah, that's hard to believe.
I don't believe that. You got a girlfriend that is going to the University of Idaho, and you've never. Apparently, Dylan's boyfriend has said that he's never been to Moscow.
I find that hard to believe.
I don't believe it. You have a girlfriend that's going to college up there, okay, and you're going to sit here and say you've never been to Moscow while she's been there going to college.
Maybe. Never mind.
I mean,
he's not a suspect, so he's telling the truth, right?
I don't. No, he's not a suspect, but I just don't believe that, because a lot of people were saying in the very beginning, bringing his name up, and asked him, was he, where was he at? And he said he wasn't in Moscow, that he's never even been there. So when have you seen your girlfriend? Like, is she driving home every weekend so you can see her, and you're not coming to see her? I don't believe that.
Yeah, at least one time or something. I mean, I
Yeah.
understand long distance relationships, but you
Right.
never see the person ever.
It doesn't make sense. And
Unless
JC,
unless
I
she
don't.
went there.
Yeah, but is she going to go every weekend to see her boyfriend, and her boyfriend's never going to come see her?
Well, where did he live?
Boise.
Oh,
What's
And
that?
JC, I don't know how long they had been dating.
Like
so it wasn't like a 5-hour, 10-hour trip.
What type of vehicle did she drive?
I don't think Dylan had a vehicle there.
I don't either. I don't remember ever hearing about one she drove.
So she takes a Greyhound to Boise to see him?
That's what I'm saying. I just don't believe it.
You know what a
know
girl
where
would
you're going
tell
with that,
me?
Rick.
You know what a girl would tell me? She said, if you think I'm going to take a Greyhound to come see, you know how many guys I got begging around here to go out with me? You better come up with a better solution than this.
A plane, man. I mean, a Greyhound is too damn long, but a plane, you know.
I mean, is it even? But it's not even worth a plane ride from Moscow to
Costs
Boise.
too much money.
But that's why I asked where he lived, because I thought he maybe lived in, like, you know, across the country or something.
I mean, if that was the case, I could understand. Maybe they don't get to see as much of each
I think
other.
it's like a 5-hour drive.
Yeah, I'm
so it
looking
is
it up
okay.
now.
That's not too bad. So plane ride, what, 45 minutes, an hour?
Yeah, something like that. I flew from Kansas City to Wichita, and it's 4 or 5 hours, and it took like 45 minutes or something.
That still costs a grip. Well, not a grip, but about $200, somewhere in that range for a round trip flight.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
about 11
I'm
and a
going
half
to
hour
say
drive.
something, and I don't mean this badly, okay? Maybe he didn't have the money to drive up there.
And that could be it too. Maybe not every weekend, but just not at all.
Yeah, I know. I know my hubby would have been doing something to make some money to come
Maybe
see.
they're a couple and they won't.
Well, we've seen pictures of them together, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because I thought I saw some.
Yep. They're in a car riding around. There's a bunch of pictures of him and her. Now, whether they're in Moscow or they're in Boise, that I don't know, because it's only just them together in the car. So I don't know where it was taken at, but he definitely wasn't worth a plane ticket. I mean, it's a 5.5 hour drive. Yeah, you could get on a plane, but what's going to cost you more, a plane ticket or gas?
Mom, my hubby, when we were dating, he came up once a month. And he would have found the money somehow to come and see me if he didn't have it.
This dude is saying that he's never been to Moscow. So in other words, he's saying that every time him and Dylan seen each other, Dylan had to come to him.
When I hurt my back and had to be rehabilitated where I live, you know, with my ex-wife, nobody could help me. So I had to go stay with my parents up in the mountains. And I was there for a while, and my ex used to come down felt like every weekend.
That's what I mean. I had somebody fly from Arizona for a couple of days. So there's no way he didn't go to freaking Moscow, Idaho, right?
Yeah, I don't
There's
believe
no way.
it. And I completely get the whole, not having a money thing because they're both in college. So I get that, but
even if he did, again, I don't know who the guy is. He's not a suspect, so I don't really, I'm sure that if he was in Moscow, they checked him out, and they have his phone in Moscow if he was in Moscow. So it really doesn't matter to me if he was or wasn't. But to lie about it is just weird.
I have faith in the police. It's faith that they did exactly what you said. They checked his phone. They checked him out to see if he was actually in Moscow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why. Yeah. Unless he's special, this guy is somebody special. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he's a suspect. He was never said that he was cleared or that they didn't think he had anything to do with it.
You just think Ellie's minds should work like our minds, and they took care of business,
I mean, let's hope anyway.
Yeah. Just like with Kohberger, right? Listen, I don't trust any Ellie in Idaho. Never going to Idaho in my life, ever. Never.
Some crazy things, and I know there's good people in Idaho because there's been people in Idaho or from Idaho that's been in here, and they've
And I
been
don't know if
awesome.
you saw Scarlett, but there was I don't know if you saw the other. I mean, they call them the Idaho 4 too, but it was a neighbor that went to his neighbor's place and basically shot everybody there, and 4 people were.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know if you saw that.
Yep, that guy there is charged with the same exact charges that Bryan Kohberger has for first degree.
Really?
Murder charges, and then 1 count of burglary. And it, like, not long after it happened, they came out, that prosecutor did, and said that they was not going to seek the DP on him.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Well, because he was trying to protect his
family,
his daughters.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I didn't read. I don't know what happened. I just know that
he was like doing, what, in front of the
in front of this guy's minor daughter, and he called police
twice.
The police came out, and he didn't think that the police were doing anything about it because it happened again. The guy goes over to talk to the mom and the grandfather, and things kind of escalated, and it happens, and he then goes and gets his phone and calls 911 and told them what he just did.
Jesus mighty.
And his daughters are not that old.
No, they're isn't one of them 8?
Yeah, I was thinking that's what popped in my head.
I mean, I don't know how I would act, so.
Yeah, my husband would have done the same thing.
Yeah, I would have went crazy.
But now, hold on. The 4 people that are no longer here, they were all involved?
Yeah, because they wouldn't. He tried to talk to them too, and they wouldn't make him stop. They were like, "It's no big deal. What's your problem?"
Well, I don't know then. I have a different opinion now.
I just
that guy.
Not that doing that is right, but
the guy we're talking about that was at the airport, and he offed the guy that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, on TV.
He's trying. He's trying to make his case like that. Is what he's trying to do.
Yeah, but
now all of the documents, court documents for that case, is also on the same website that all of Bryan Kohberger's court documents are on.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I just cut myself, and there's red stuff all over.
What'd you cut yourself with?
I don't know. I just noticed the blood leaking everywhere, and I don't know what happened.
Well, be careful.
Yeah, you need to go wash it off, figure out where it's coming from. But yeah, there's on the same website. It's got that guy's, which his name is Major John Kaler, I believe that's how you pronounce his first name. But it's got his, Bryan's, and Chad Daybell's on there. I don't know if Lori's is still on there or not, but I know Chad's is.
So a lot of stuff happened in Idaho in a short amount of time for a pretty quiet state.
Yeah.
It ain't so quiet.
Not anymore. Now it's on the map.
Thank you, Tiny Dancer. Yeah, Tiny Dancer is telling me that I need to look into the Danny Rolling thing, which Riddler has been telling me that.
Yeah, we've been saying that for a while.
The who?
The
Danny Rolling.
Yeah, the Gainesville Ripper.
Yeah, Riddler. I watched that, and then also Darlie Routier. Riddler sent me, and like I said, I like watching other stuff like that because then you could, make sense of some stuff that's still confusing in other cases.
Yeah, that's true.
But then people say, "Oh, you can't compare one case to another." But then why do lawyers do it in their paperwork?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, you can see the similarities between because that's what Tiny Dancer was saying. That the Gainesville Ripper one in Bryan's case, it's like BK copied Danny Rolling.
But you can find patterns, and that will help you find somebody else.
The big difference between Danny Rolling and BK, or if it is BK, the Idaho 4, I guess is what they're calling it, is Danny Rolling, he had 3 different places he went. There was 2 girls the first night, 1 girl, then 2, a male and a female, whereas BK got them all in one house. But where the similarities are the same, college girls living off campus, a male who's not a resident there but spending the night there, K-bar knife, sliding glass door. That's where the similarities are, and the other difference is Danny he essayed, and he grossly cut them afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
There were trophies, but he left the trophies there.
On bookshelves.
Yeah, one of them was a big trophy.
Oh wow!
But he cleaned them up.
Yeah, wait till you watch it.
This guy's real sick. Probably one of the sickest of all of them.
I'm gonna have to look into it.
Yeah, I agree. He's bad.
Well,
he had two
He's still alive?
demons. No, he faced the DP. He had it.
Oh, good.
Same place that Bundy got his.
They get him with the chair or the lethal?
Probably lethal at that point.
Damn it!
Yeah, I wish I could remember the name of the lady in the case where the guy dismembered her. They had her on like a crane that is for dissecting animals like cows and stuff, cutting them up. And they believe they possibly have done this before and had been doing it for 13 years. They found body parts in their freezer packaged up like meat, like they were getting ready to sell it, and they believed they were going to sell it on the dark web.
Oh, that is nasty. Tonka, you're welcome. Okay, so Tiny Dancer said that Rolling got lethal.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's even a documentary. I didn't know this. There's a cemetery out behind the Correctional Institute, and where Danny Rolling is buried back there, it still has his name. It's got something letters.
Don't they
and
put
numbers.
like their inmate numbers or something?
Yeah,
like that
yeah,
on
that's what I was
them?
gonna say. It's letters and numbers on there.
That's crazy. I think if you commit a red rum, you should be, and they torture the people that they're taking out, I think they ought to be tortured the same way.
Amen.
Yep.
Just my opinion.
Yep, that's my opinion too.
Yeah.
And I'm with Willie.
Too humane.
I'm with Willie. They should show it so people that it
I
might
agree.
help deter it, because there's places that take people out for stealing and stuff, and they put them in the middle of the square, and they'll cut a finger off, or the second time they might cut the hand.
Exactly.
And
that's barbaric.
It is barbaric.
Okay, Summer. Okay. OCD Shaggy wants to know if Danny Rolling, did he admit his guilt?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, listen, any kind of offense, any offense that has to do with a child should be at least one arm, maybe both.
I agree.
Public
Vibration.
and then you won't have as many people on the damn list.
Exactly.
Danny's it's a bizarre case, because while he's in state prison or correctional institute, I guess would be the proper word now. While he's in there, he only talks to law enforcement or to the state through another criminal. He whispers in his ears, and the guy says, Danny says. And so now they talk to him again. They ask him another question, and Danny will not talk directly to the state. He talks to this guy. He's the only guy to ever break out of that prison. Of course, they found him. I forgot his name, but he confessed everything he did to this guy. Danny did, but he also confessed he was on trial for he robbed a bank during all this. He robbed the bank because he needed money to get back home, back to Louisiana.
Oh,
and he incriminates himself because he's talking on his. He's got a cassette player with him, and he talks on it. And he says, "Well, that's the end of this subject. I got a deed I have to go do right now, and I'll get back with you later." And he turns it off, and he's going to the next apartment.
There was a guy in my area that did like 25 bank robberies and never got caught.
Well, you can't, and that's what I'm saying. You
When he
can't.
got caught on
Good
was a
Lord.
You can't do that today.
Yeah,
Oh
and he
no.
was
You don't hear of
robbing the
anything
bank
today. You know what I mean?
when his children came for the weekends, so he could buy him stuff and take them out.
Well, see, Danny was walking back to his hideout where he had a little small tent that he purchased from Walmart. And as he's coming back to his hideout, he sees police is there. That's how close they were to him. They didn't notice he was there. He could see them. So he eases back out. The police find a bag with the cash money with the red dye on it. Well, they know immediately what that is. They go, wasn't that bank? It was a bank in Ocala, and that's where Danny's trial was. I don't think he ever had a trial in Gainesville in Alachua County. So yeah, there's a lot of bizarre turns and twists on this. Part of one of his fingers was missing. He had injured it, sliced it off at a bakery where he was working, and he got chewed out. See, everywhere he went, he was a failure. The Air Force kicked him out. I mean, you got to be really pretty bad back then to get kicked out of the military. Normally, they let you serve your term, and then they say, okay, we're not going to let you re-enlist. Well, they just went ahead and got rid of him, says he couldn't adapt socially. See, a lot of these SAs and SKs, well, not the SAs, but the SKs, many of them are veterans. People don't understand that.
Yeah, I remember you sending me the email about that, about the military vets and all that.
Yeah, there's about 25 of them of the hundreds that are SKs.
Yeah.
But I never knew Dahmer and BTK were military.
They were?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, both of them. Bundy's about the only one that's famous that wasn't.
Well, then you've got oh my gosh, I can't remember his name now. Joel Rifkin. He wasn't military either.
Is Bundy the one that represented himself?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was that video? Was that on video?
Yeah, that was on live TV. Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost got off.
I'm sure you can find it.
Well, here's my thing. I mean, obviously, it's probably long. Is there a point in that trial that I could go to where it gets interesting, so I'm not watching it for?
Probably the most interesting part is when the state brings up the bite marks.
Okay.
And
yeah, that's good.
And many people, I don't have the true facts on this, but it's all over the internet. Many people said they just couldn't believe this man could do this to women because his appearance was so distinguished and handsome.
See, I never thought he was handsome.
He looks weird as hell to me.
To me, there was like the picture that came out right after BK was arrested.
Yeah.
And him and Bundy look a lot alike.
Oh gosh, they do. And the look on their face and eyes.
Yes,
they're
those deep set eyes and all that. Just
they're just kind of vacant,
It's weird though how that turned out, that they both kind of favor a little bit.
Yeah.
Not exactly, but
well, I think they do have some parts that are a lot alike physically, but I think it's more the look that gets me than anything else. I mean, just you look behind their eyes and there's just like nothing there,
I want to say that Bundy and Son of Sam, they were caught on traffic stops. I think Son of Sam was a parking ticket. They got him, but I'm not sure on that one. But Bundy was caught. Was it a tail light that was out, or he was caught?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, he was caught in Pensacola, Florida.
See, the Bundys is another one that I want to get into, but I keep hearing about the Gainesville thing, so I think I'm gonna jump into that one first.
Well, I would watch. Yeah, I watch the Gainesvilles first, and then I'd watch. Then I'd watch Ted, and then I would watch BTK. I sent you a 45-minute thing from BTK that got up, and when he pled out. He had to say everything he did to each person. So I can find it and send it to you again. And it's just like 45 minutes, and you hear it straight from his mouth of what he did. And it's like he's trying to teach a class or something. It's so bizarre. My husband and I, we were in a restaurant when that came on, and there was not one single sound in 45 minutes. I mean, nobody was eating, nobody was drinking their coffee, nobody, we were just
They were just paying
glued to
attention
the
to
TV.
that.
Yeah, it was like surreal.
Is that BTK or are you talking about the Gainesville Ripper?
No, I'm talking about BTK.
Yeah, because the Gainesville Ripper, Scarlett, is only about an hour. I mean, I think it was like an hour, the thing I watched. And yeah, it's not that long. I mean, unless you want to really dive into it, but I'd kind of just.
You get a good overview, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I need. It's just something that kind of gives me like an overview of everything that this guy was involved in and what he did. All put into one video or reading or something like that.
I always watch the interrogations, and them things are like 3 hours plus.
Oh, I
my
love
God.
the interrogation.
I know. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie, I fast forward. I can't.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, when they're sitting there, you know, bullshitting for an hour and a half, and then all of a sudden they start talking. It's like, so I hear them talking circles.
And see, the thing is though, because Troll likes watching stuff like that too. So all I got to do is be like, we need to look for it, watch it, and he'll be down for it. So
there you
go. Hold on just 1 second, y'all. I just need to mute. Y'all can go on with your conversation.
That's another good one, Riddler. The Casanova Killer.
Who's that?
Oh, he's another strange puppy.
Jesus mighty.
John Paul Knowles. Yeah.
Yeah, now he looks like a Hollywood movie star.
Who?
This Paul John Knowles. He's called the Casanova Lover. Now there's two of Casanova K. There's two of them, Casanovas. They got this other guy, but the other guy don't hold a candle to this one. And this one started back in 1970s. And he had 18. One of them, he captured a police officer, put him in the back of his own car, and took him out. And some people said he essayed him as well. And then he had tied him around a tree and ended his life there.
Oh my God!
Handcuffed around a tree. This boy was a bad boy here.
Yeah, we grew up in a very interesting time, didn't we, Riddler?
Yeah, we sure did. And you would see this.
Talking about that early one. Remember the one here in California? The guys took the whole school bus of kids.
Oh my God!
I remember that case.
What was his name?
I can't remember, but it was like 70s, I think. And the guy was rich, like filthy rich.
They had another guy that was called the Casanova K2 that was actually on a TV show. It was like a dating game thing, and he turned out to be a SK2.
I remember that too. Scarlett.
She wouldn't go. She actually would not go out with him. Once she met him, she would not go on a date with him.
I'm gonna jump down, put eye drops in my eye.
Okay.
See ya. Bye, Betty Jo.
All
right. Good night, Betty Jo.
Yeah, you have a good night. Thank you for coming out.
Yep.
I wish I could remember names like you guys.
It was a dating game.
The one bailiff on, I think it was Judge.
Good night, Betty Jo.
Good night,
Judge
Ray.
Mathis, I think.
Good night,
the one bailiff.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Have a good night, Betty Jo.
Good night, chat.
I think it was Judge Mathis or something like that. But the one bailiff was on there, and he was joking with the one guy who was the defendant, and he said something like he wasn't happy because of his wife or something. And then
I remember
a couple
that.
years later, you saw that? A couple years later, he took his wife's life, and it was all over. But it was the guy that was on TV, in one of those like TV cases, Judge Judy or Judge Mathis, one of those.
Yeah,
and,
I don't know which one, but
yeah, that was why he seemed like a nice guy, but you just don't know.
Wasn't there like a security guy for like Joyce Myers that did something like that as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just don't know anymore. I I don't know. You'd be walking past one tomorrow and you wouldn't even know.
And that's what's
scary.
Yeah.
And I truly believe that these things go in cycles,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we're just in another one of those cycles, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's happened for a while. I mean, there's always been somebody doing something stupid.
Yeah. I think just with social media, we're more apt to see all of it,
Right. Where it's more in our face now than what it used to be before the whole social media thing.
Right.
I think mental disease is not taken as seriously as it needs to be. Like myself, I need to see my psychiatrist, and it's been like 5 months. That's how long I had to wait to get an appointment.
Wow.
Jeez.
I agree with you on that, Ray.
I need to go do something. Hold on, y'all. I need to go add a word to my.
So I have a question. Why are they going after like this this document and what they're going after when I thought they said that they're not even going to bring it up in the hearing coming up on the 18th?
They're not supposed to. They're not going to be talking about the IGG or the not the IGG stuff. The oh shit. I forgot now. I'll have to go back and look at it.
The genealogical stuff for his dad.
Motion to dismiss.
No, I thought they weren't going to use. Yeah.
The motion to dismiss is the one I'm trying to think of.
Yeah.
But the it's on the state's proposed.
Yeah, it only dropped off on the defense's part. They took it off.
Mm.
I'm trying to add. Okay. All right, I had to add something.
So we wouldn't know if they handed over, like, there'd be no kind of paperwork to know if they handed over the discovery to the defense, correct?
Only thing we're gonna
happen.
Yeah, only thing we're gonna know is what they post on that website.
They're legally obligated to hand this stuff over.
Yeah, no, but they're waiting, and that's why, again, if the defense is like, hey, if you keep making us wait, and we can't build a solid defense around all the evidence, then.
Yeah, but it has been said, sometimes it takes a long time to get the results.
For what?
For, let's say, whatever they're asking for that they don't have.
I just find it weird that they got his DNA back in, 48 hours, but they're still waiting on stuff?
Well, DNA's fast. And if you expedite it, it's even faster. You probably get it the next day. It's the genealogical stuff that actually takes time.
But if they already got them,
they moved it from one lab
and have the
to another
information
lab to another lab.
Yeah, but if they have the information, I mean, like I said, just if it takes that long, fine. But how's the defense supposed to build a solid defense around that?
But they didn't have. Well, they had Bryan's DNA, but they didn't have the link until they got the DNA from the father. And then they had to do the genealogical stuff to make the match.
Yeah. So I mean, so they have it. It already happened. Like, they did it. They already... So just hand it over. What's the big deal?
Well, I think they're asking for, like, procedures and standard operation. They're asking for that type of stuff that the prosecution, I can't talk right, doesn't think is necessary. They're trying to fight it.
They're just going to battle back and forth.
It's chess, not checkers.
That's right.
Okay. I'm looking at the house.
Are you looking for something, Scarlett?
No, I have certain words that can't be, that are not allowed in the chat. Oh. And there was some that I had realized that someone had put into a comment and their comment was removed, so I went and added those words to it.
Oh, okay.
And
so So that's what I was
Yeah, and they were asked not to, and they posted the same exact thing they had.
Yeah, Max, make sure that you're careful with some of the words that you're putting in your comments.
Now, the guy that he hosts that show, America's Most Wanted, he had a son.
Walsh, I think his last name's Walsh.
John Walsh.
John Walsh.
Yeah, he had a son of, was it Adam, his son?
Yes, Adam.
Exactly.
Yeah. They ever find out who the guy was that did that? Or
Yeah.
Didn't that guy get arrested?
Yeah, I believe they finally found him.
I believe so, and I believe they finally found the evidence of the child, the body, just recently.
Oh, I remember hearing the guy's name that got arrested, but I can't.
I do too. I can't remember it right now either.
Yeah, I can't think of it. It's like I know that it was just not long, like a couple of months ago. It was brought up. Otis Toole. Thank you, Laughing Stock.
Yes, Otis Toole. That's it.
I still like watching that movie Copycat with Sigourney Weaver. I think that's who's playing that part. She's a professor, and there's a copycat out there, and he picks like five different of the SKs, and he copycats them every time he goes out on an attack. And she goes, "Oh my gosh, he bought a yellow Volkswagen," or something like that. He's gonna be a Bundy tonight.
What year did the movie come out?
I'll have to go look it up. That's a
good movie, though.
Oh, I'm telling you, you'll be on the edge of your seats.
I've seen it, but I can't remember it.
I like movies, especially ones I haven't seen.
Well, I'm thinking of one like it has Ashley Judd and I think Morgan Freeman.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Double Jeopardy? Is that the one you're talking about, Ray?
No, it's a different one. I think like Wesley Snipes is like he can't move or something, and he's in a bed. I can't remember it, but I like.
I don't guess I've ever heard of that one either.
Wesley Snipes. I thought that was Denzel Washington. That's the Bone Collector.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the name of it, Bone Collector.
Brad said To Catch a Spider.
That's a good one.
I could have like both of them mixed together into one. I watch so many movies, I forget them.
Yeah,
as soon as I start watching them again, I remember everything.
That's how I am. We've watched so many movies here that I only know them if I've seen them. Like start watching them again, I don't even remember the names of them.
Copycat was 1995.
Okay.
Sigourney Weaver, I don't know what she is, a psychologist or criminal. She's one of those that try to get into their minds, and she keeps in contact with one of them. They're writing letters back and forth, and she's got agoraphobia. She can't leave the house.
I remember that one.
It seems like I remember that.
And then he got a hold of her and made her leave.
Yeah. I don't want to be a spoiler.
Yeah, no more spoilers. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I think I've watched that one.
But that's good because you get to hear some of the famous SKs in it.
Oh,
and she's
yeah.
telling the police what they're getting ready to do and where at, and they're the head police officers are blowing her off. Lady, let us handle this. You know how macho men are. And so anyway, but she's always right, and they're wrong. Finally, they come to her for help.
I'll have to go back and watch it though.
Yeah.
Who is you guys ever heard of the Ketty Cabin murders or Red Rums?
No, never heard of that.
I don't remember that one.
Somebody said that The Stranger. I don't know if you guys ever seen the movie The Strangers is based on that event. I never knew that. I thought The Strangers was just a fictional movie. That movie is nuts.
Seen that movie.
You haven't seen The Strangers?
I haven't seen that either.
I don't think. Like I said, though, sometimes me and Charles, we watch a lot of movies, and a lot of times I'll watch it and not remember the name of it until I watch it again and be like, okay, yeah, I've seen it before.
I do that too, Scarlett.
The music in that movie is freaky as hell.
Every time I watch like a premium channel and look at their movie selection, it's like, I saw that.
Yeah,
exactly.
I can't find anything that I haven't seen.
Yep.
Or that's worse, or that's worth, when you look up some reviews, it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch that.
Okay. Real quick, everybody in chat, please make sure that there are certain words that you do not put into your comments because it's making the mods have to go and remove your comment.
What's going on again? Jesus.
It's just certain words that they put in there, and a lot of these words YouTube doesn't like, and it makes the mods have to go and remove them.
Yeah, I tried
YouTube
so hard.
Send you a message or something?
Huh?
I said, does YouTube send you a message or something?
No, you just as a creator, you have to. There's guidelines that you have to follow.
No, I didn't know if YouTube if you say certain stuff or somebody says something.
Well, they'll yell
get
at
a
you.
strike.
Yeah,
okay. So they do stuff
first and take away your monetary status, and then they'll give you a strike after.
Wow. Yeah, because I heard I saw the big
Valerie Knox had that happen because she she was doing a live and she was playing some music or it was in something, and they took her monetization and gave her a strike. She couldn't get anything. It was like 3 or 4 months.
Huh. Oh. Yes, I don't know how it all works. I know a couple of those big YouTubers lost their channels because whatever reason. So then they freaked out.
Okay, back y'all.
Move to Twitter, move to Rumble. There's other places you can talk.
I've heard of Rumble, but I never looked into it. I only know a couple people talked about it, but I don't really know what it is.
Well, I like Russell Brand, so he's on Rumble. I have to be on Rumble.
What is Rumble though? Is it what does it mimic? If you had to pick something,
it tries to mimic YouTube,
Kind of like YouTube, actually.
Oh, okay. So it's just okay.
But you don't have to be careful over there.
Yeah, but it's a lesser quality. They're not as advanced.
Yeah.
Really? You don't have to be careful with it.
No, yeah, you don't have to be careful, but at the same time, it's like it almost looks like a beta.
Thank you, Lori. If y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so because it shows we have 297 people still in here with only 156 likes. So y'all please go hit the thumbs up. Courtney, I've never heard of that case. There's so many that I want to look into, but I got to keep my list short.
Right.
Laughing stock. But I'm for sure going to check into the Gainesville Ripper.
Yeah, you definitely
I think that's like number one on the list.
Yeah,
because we're so if you're so invested in this case, you definitely got to watch that first.
Maybe I can talk the expert in having that for a movie night. They play movies Michigan, over there every Friday night and Saturday night.
I missed the last one that he had. I believe it was last night. I missed it because I was live. So I didn't get to go over and join them.
I hope he comes back.
Liza, what are you sorry for, honey? Expert from the Strangers. I don't know if I've ever seen that movie, The Strangers.
I think she was just saying if it was her, she was just apologizing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she wanted a refresher on the YouTube dictionary. I apologize.
I may have to slow the chat down again too because I think I'm missing people's comments. Hey, must have got lost. How are you? Or it's because my chat is not a live chat for some reason.
It's a
conspiracy. Mine always switches by itself. Mine's
been doing that too, Ray, and I don't know why it keeps doing it. Oh wait, Rodney Acala resembles BK and Bundy.
That name sounds familiar.
I've never heard of him, but I'm writing a name down because I'm just gonna go to Google and look for him. See what this person looks like. Okay, no problem, William. Thank you.
Do you know what time this hearing is going to be on the 18th?
10:30.
That's
Pacific time, so it would be 3 hours behind you.
gotcha.
So it'd be 12:30 my time, 1:30 your time.
Okay.
But let me go back and just make sure.
Thanks.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that gets confused on times.
Yeah.
Yes, 10:30 a.m. on the 18th.
So 1:30 your time, Lily.
To what, Fofa?
1:30 p.m. Eastern for Willie.
Oh,
yes.
Amber, yes. The Watcher with Keanu Reeves is a really good movie, too.
Now, if you want to watch a good documentary, watch A Noble Lie. That's another good one. It's the story of Timothy McVeigh in the Oklahoma City event.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And they'll talk to you how a grand jury works in that one, and watch how people get kicked off that grand jury.
Okay, so now, y'all, my movie list of all of these different people is getting as long as my list that I need to look into.
Hey, so you could be entertained for quite some time.
Yes,
exactly.
See, after we go off live, and I used to go outside and watch dogs get walked, but now I stay inside.
Like it's too hot for that.
Like I ain't doing that.
Hell down there.
So now I just watch a documentary for 45 minutes before I go to bed. While I'm laying in bed, and I fall asleep. The sun comes up about the time I'm falling asleep.
Yeah,
the news is coming on.
That's how it is here.
I couldn't do humidity, man. I'd be shot.
Oh my god, it was.
I'm serenaded by audiobooks.
How would you like to be a football player in Tuscaloosa, Athens, Georgia, right now, Gainesville, Florida?
Oh Lord, no!
I'd love to be in Tuscaloosa,
Columbia, South Carolina, where it's 112, 120 with humidity on this football field.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's why them boys down south can play football, man. They're used to doing it where they can't breathe.
And that's why they have to practice outdoors, because the games are played outdoors. Even though they all got indoor practice facilities, but they have to go out there to get acclimated to the weather, or they'll collapse in a real game.
Well, that's what I mean. And I don't know if you saw last year. Now I'm a Dolphins fan. I don't know if you saw the game last year, but it was hot as hell, and people were passing out. I think it was the Bills, and everybody, like every play, somebody was collapsing. Bang, bang, bang. It was that humid down there in Miami.
Yeah, the Steelers came to my hometown, and they were playing. I was there watching the game, and I was about to faint in the stadium. And I had to go get a wet rag and put it all over me, the whole works. But you saw the Steelers in the fourth quarter; they were just dragging. They could barely walk out there, and they were getting leg cramps.
Yeah, that's why I say I think it's harder for these guys up north to go play down south than it is for south to come play up north, because a little bit of cold is whatever. But when you can't breathe down there and you're cramping, that's a completely different animal.
And you're inside of a stadium. When you're down at ground, those stadiums are underground, really. The field, you walk in on ground floor, and you're like in the second deck from the top.
Yeah.
And you got to walk down into it. And the ones that have artificial turf, it could be 120 degrees on that field, direct sunlight.
That's what I mean. And like what Miami did is they built their stadium to where the straight sunlight is hitting the opposite team's bench.
Yeah.
That's the way we do it here. We did that here too.
I was like, what the hell?
Well, anything.
But Florida's got a big challenge next year. We got to go out to Utah and play, and that's about 6,000 feet elevation, I'm assuming. So they're going to have to learn how to play in thin air, mile high air.
The Gators have you guys have a couple more years to go. Hopefully, we can get it together.
Yeah. They'll be strong in about 3 years, 2-3 years.
I remember when Nebraska was strong once upon a time.
Oh yeah, I was a big Nebraska fan, other than when they played the Gators, and they had a running back. You want to talk about a dummy that could have been making millions upon millions in the NFL, but he'd rather go around and beat up girls. Then he ended up going to prison. Then he ended his life there.
Do we know any like athletes that were SKs? Were there any like big athletes that? I'm trying to think.
I don't remember any.
I mean, what's his name? Hernandez or something from.
Well, yeah.
He wasn't an SK.
That wasn't an SK.
That's what I mean. I'm trying to think.
Wasn't his like a girlfriend or something like that?
The WWE or whatever it's called now. There was the wrestler that did that. Benoit or I don't know.
Chris Benoit.
Chris Benoit.
Oh, that was a horrible. Oh my god.
That's sad.
Yeah, I remember when that happened.
Took out his wife.
Me too.
And his little boy.
His son, and then he took himself out.
And I remember whenever Vince McMahon, they were, doing these memorials, and then when they found out that he was the one who done it, that the investigation came out, or the reports or whatever, and he's the one that did it, Vince McMahon was like, I don't even want his name mentioned at all.
That's what I mean. It's hard to watch the wrestlers talk about Chris Benoit because they don't know what, like, you just see in their face. They don't know what direction to go, and it's sad. The whole thing is just, I don't know.
Says Randall Woodfield.
Sorry.
Randall who?
I'm sorry.
It says Randall Woodfield became infamous as the I-5 killer after he was cut from the Green Bay Packers.
Really? I did not know that. I mean, I knew the I-5 killers, but I didn't realize that was him.
I don't know if he played like or anything. I just
that counts. Thank you.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't know it.
I said she got knowledge.
I just
I got Google.
Yeah, Google is awesome.
Yeah, I just cannot type tonight.
Didn't they kind of speculate that Christian had like what's that CRT, like the football players with the
Chris Benoit?
Yeah, with all
he had a
lot of concussions.
When they checked his brain out medically, it was that equivalent to a 70-something-year-old man with dementia. But see, the news press wanted to go jump on steroids. And they were trying to say that they were trying to blame it on that. And
no way.
Yeah, and then
all the concussions that he had from being hit and everything else.
A wrestler has the hardest life of any athlete. They're on the road they're on the road, different town, 4 to 5 days a week.
Well, I mean, look at baseball players. There are 2-3 games everywhere, every day they play.
Yeah, but they're not getting slammed on that.
Yeah, they're not.
They're not taking a chair over the head.
And they're not traveling in their own cars.
But that's what I mean. I thought like
private planes and.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I thought wrestling was like 75% fake, but it seems like blows to the head. I just don't think there's an excuse for it. I'm sorry. I don't. I think it's wrong what he did. Period. And that's why it's hard to listen to the wrestlers try to justify what he did because I can't in my head. Right from wrong. There's no boxers that have gone and done that. Boxers get hit how many times? Sparring every day. I don't know. I liked him as a wrestler, but it's hard to.
Ken Shamrock worked in wrestling, and he said it was far tougher than.
You know Ken Shamrock.
He's from Stockton, just like the Diaz brother.
Yeah,
Yeah, Nick should never box again. He should stick to UFC.
I think he just did that for a payday.
He did, but he did not look like a boxer.
See, the wrestlers they don't get a day off. They have to wrestle 250 to 300 days out of the year.
And when they're not doing that, they have to work out to keep themselves.
Well, you have to work out during the day. Yeah, you work out during the day. Once you get to a town, you got to work out, rent a car, get you checked into a hotel. You got to find some place to eat that serves decent food to fuel your big body and to keep it up to premium. Because some of those guys they're not really wrestlers; they're bodybuilders. Some of them. So there's a difference between a wrestler who lifts weights and a bodybuilder who wants to become a wrestler. But if you want to know how powerful those guys are, just Google Mr. Saito and Ken Patera. They beat up 14 to 15 cops.
That's old school Ken Patera. I remember seeing. I used to go watch wrestling. I was a fan. I remember seeing like King Kong Bundy and Andre the Giant. And when you see those people in person, they are huge. They are so big. It's unbelievable.
I bet. Who's the strongest man? Mark Henry. That dude is. So they have some. They had some big people. Now they have like Logan Paul going on and stuff, and I stopped watching that stuff.
Yeah, I haven't watched it. On. Me and Troll used to watch it every time it came on, and we haven't watched it.
Exactly.
Many
I like the
years.
Steve Austin days.
Yeah.
You know? What?
And then Steve Austin and The Rock became movie stars. And The Rock makes more money than any Hollywood star right now. He brought in over $50 million last year.
The first one I saw was Rowdy Piper, and I think it was They or Them or something like that. I like Piper.
Who's the guy that fell? Was it Bret Hart's brother?
Owen Hart.
Owen Hart. Yeah. Jesus, that was wild.
Fell from the top of the arena. They went to hook his. I don't know how you want to call it, but anyway, they drop him down into the ring like that. Yeah. And he was at the very top, and he looked at the guy and he says, "Go," and the guy said no, but the crowd was screaming so loud, "No and go" sounded alike. So he jumped, and his harness wasn't hooked.
Oh my gosh!
So when he came down, his head hit the turnbuckle.
Bang!
And then it smacked him back in the ring.
All right, Sally Mae, I'm getting it. Hold on just one second.
In front of everybody, lady.
Oh, man, I remember hearing about that, actually. I was just like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Do you remember this name, Kamala the Butcher?
No.
I remember Abdullah the Butcher. I knew a Kamala. Right. He was a big man.
Kamala,
I've never heard of that person.
I remember China.
Oh, China.
China was a unit.
Didn't she pass away?
I don't know.
Yeah, she died. Okay, she passed away.
I thought
from a heart attack.
She was
Tony Atlas.
She was fighting substance abuse.
She was amazing, man.
She was huge.
But they've got some bad boys. They got some bad boys in that profession, and that's a tougher sport than people think. There was guys from the Steelers. I don't want to mention their name. They were going to go into wrestling after they got out of the NFL.
Was this Avery's dad?
What
happened to Eva?
It's Evie.
Welcome.
Evie. Hey, Riddler.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that Steeler Avery's dad?
No. It wouldn't be Avery's dad. And there's a guy named Dick Slater. He was tough as nails.
Do you remember?
Wasn't there a Dick Murdoch too?
Yeah, Dick Murdoch.
I still think the best match ever, in my opinion, is the Undertaker versus Mankind, when he puts him through the damn. Oh my God! He throws him off the damn thing, and then he puts him through it, and that was 100% real.
They're about.
My favorite was Ric Flair. Ric Flair.
They're about 50 feet in the air, and he throws them off the top of the cage onto a table.
You know, the thing of it is, even if it's not completely real, they have to be in really good shape, and they have to be really like athletic and everything to be able to do that. Still gotta hurt, you know. It's got to hurt.
You could say it's rigged. You could say it's choreographed, because some of them do that. Some of them it's rigged. They know who's going to win, but it's not fake. It hurts.
Yeah.
And
Somebody
mistakes are made.
twitched their nose and turned Eva into a cat.
That's what I was saying. What happened to Eva?
That's probably
He was making biscuits.
Oh man. You need to take him back to the witch's house and change it back.
Ray.
Making biscuits. When the cat cleans, I always said they're kneading the dough.
So cute.
It's
not
not,
Ray.
it's not
Ray,
a cat. It's
Yes,
not a
sir.
cat. It's a trans dog.
It's a trans dog.
Yes, Rilla.
I was going to tell you, you like First Amendment audits. Val Venus, the wrestler, he became a First Amendment auditor.
My God.
That's hilarious.
Oh yeah, Courtney said Kane is a mayor in Tennessee. I want to say that I've seen that somewhere.
Yeah, there's two mayors there. One's for the county, one's for the city. And
Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura. He became a governor, and he was a mayor before he was a governor.
Yeah.
Both his parents are in Arlington Cemetery. They both served in World War II. And of course, he was a Navy SEAL.
Avery's like, by the way, I never met my biological father, just so you guys all know.
Me neither.
Emily, it's kind of hard to see Kane as we do, like when we've seen him on TV, and then him being away from all that and being a mayor.
Yeah, I remember the Big Show.
Yeah, George was his name. He was a bouncer at a bar here in Florida, and the boys went out that night as kind of like a sports bar where you can also eat and watch and drink and stuff. And they met him there, and they sent him up to Atlanta to work out. And they said, "How much you getting paid here?" And he told them something like $5 an hour or something like that. He said, "Come with us, and you'll make a minimum of $120,000 a year." Well, now he makes big millions because he's been in movies.
Who is that?
Big man. They call him the Giant.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about.
Remember Andre the Giant?
Yep,
He
met.
was
Yeah,
No, I
Andre.
thought it was the Big Show. He's like
Yeah,
a
the
Jack
Big Show.
Black.
Yeah, we called. Yeah, he was called the Giant in Atlanta, and over in the other league, he was the Big Show.
And what was his name? His real name?
I think George is his real name.
George?
Yeah, George.
You
Something.
know, Batista's in a lot of movies too.
Yeah.
He has a new one that came out.
Galaxy
It's called,
thing, right?
yeah, he plays on that one. I forgot what that franchise
I
is
like
called.
him.
But he has a new one. Me and Charles watched a movie the other night. It's called A Knock at the Cabin or something like that.
Oh, yeah. With the with the rich, and they have to at the end of the world's coming or something.
Yep.
I remember
watched it
one
the other
where
night.
he's like watching over a little girl.
That was yeah.
DiBiase was in some movies. His son, Ted DiBiase, was son. I think it's Ted DiBiase Jr. But see, now they're in big trouble. After he got into wrestling in Hollywood, he became some kind of commissioner of welfare in Mississippi. Well, he gave Brett Favre and his dad. He gave him millions of dollars out of the government's money.
Oh my gosh.
And the money was supposed to go to their 501c3 foundation, and then it was supposed to go assist the poor, the needy, the distressed. And well, there's a big major investigation on it. You can Google it, you'll see it. But from what I know, DiBiase's cooperating. Ted DiBiase.
Did you watch UFC back when it first started, Riddler? Back when they didn't use gloves?
Yeah.
Oh, my dad used to watch it all the time.
I remember the NWO on TNT.
New World Order.
And boxing.
I don't know if you remember Riddler.
I like boxing.
Yeah, I love boxing too.
Hey.
I hate that it's not as popular anymore.
The Road Warriors.
Marina, how are you?
Now they got some stories too. The Road Warriors,
Hi, Marina.
powerful.
Well,
I think my lag is better. Hi guys. Hi everyone.
Hi, hon.
Good
You guys.
evening. How you doing?
Yeah. You're talking about Chris Benoit, and then you guys were also talking about Hernandez. He was the football player for the Patriots. That yeah. You guys were saying. I was like, I know both of these. So yeah. There's
Here's a. Oh,
go on. No, go on.
no, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I know. No.
I was
Seriously,
going
go
to say
on.
on Hernandez because in the state of Massachusetts, if you have a case on appeal and you pass away during that hearing, it doesn't count as you were arrested for M1. So officially, and they're trying to change that law now in Massachusetts because he won one of his appeals, but I think on the second one didn't look like he was going to win it. And of course, he had brain damage too from playing football.
He had problems.
Well,
He
yeah.
had problems. You can
Well,
ask
he
the
had
coaches.
well, he had problems when he was down in Florida.
Mm-hmm, exactly. Yeah.
It only takes one hit. I mean, it takes one hit to scramble your,
Well, I think
Oh
the
yeah,
difference
that's so
between
true. Yeah.
like boxers and football players is football players their head is contained in a helmet and it doesn't move naturally. For a boxer, when they get hit, their head moves naturally and there's nothing holding it back.
Yeah, they have like shaken
Yeah.
baby syndrome kind of thing going on.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, but that's all possibly true. But either way, there's so many serial killers that or sorry, SKs. Sorry. Um, that literally have not just even them, like anyone who's unalived anybody that you see if there's any brain trauma, any car accidents, just anything. There's a lot of them that have had some
On
type of
on
even
S
yeah.
Marina on SKs, there's a lot of them that have had a brain injury in their life.
Yeah. It's not just that's what I'm saying, not just SKs, but just anyone who's ever committed any type of
Well,
that
yeah,
kind of
and
thing.
that's why a lot of
but
the
I know
athletes and
they've done a
stuff.
study on that for SKs.
Does it have a number on it's just the SKs? How many of them had a traumatic brain injury?
I don't remember the name of it, but it can be they were uh, beat as a child and got that same concussion type of thing that they're talking about with the athletes.
I believe it's called CRT. I'm not sure. I forget
Yes,
everything.
that's it. That's correct. That is that's what I was just thinking of. I was waiting to say something. Yeah.
And see in the military, a lot, especially the guys who were in the Army and the Marines. I don't want to count out the Air Force and Navy, but those guys were exposed to those big bombs exploding.
Yeah.
And the concussion from those.
I think that's different.
Shock, right?
The concussion rattles your brain.
Yeah.
And I've only been next to one. What do you call it? IE, the explosive that went off. Yeah, and it almost hit. It almost hit.
Explosive device.
Right, it almost hit the lady, the female sergeant. She was over me. It almost hit her. The only thing that saved her from getting hit by that big shrapnel, and it put a dent into a big old galvanized pole. Otherwise, it hit her right in the head. And so
my sister disarms those.
Oh wow!
No, go on. Yeah, she's EOD.
Has anybody watched that movie of the guy that figured out CRT?
Figured out what?
CRT.
It was an African American individual doctor, and he tried to go to the football and tell them this is what's happening. And they kept denying. There's a movie about it.
So is that Ray speaking right now?
Yes, it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Ray, no, you don't have to call me ma'am, please. Anyways, thank you. But CRT it's one of this thing that they can't even tell it's a thing until you're actually alive or you deceased of natural causes, right? At least it was.
It eats the brain like Swiss cheese. When they open them up, there's holes in their brain.
Yeah, I've heard
Yeah, and
that.
exactly. They can't. Yeah.
But they can't tell until they're not with us any longer.
Okay. There. Yeah.
Is that
That's what
true?
I know of it.
That's what I heard too.
And Lady V,
Yeah. Me too.
what was the Marine's name that was in Texas? Charles Whitman? Is
I'm
that the right
sorry.
name?
What was?
Charles Whitman. I'm trying to think of, is he the individual? He's a former Marine, and he was sniping people from up in
Oh,
the
are you
tower
talking
in
the
Texas on College
Texas
Station.
A&M?
No, it's
Yeah.
University of Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, I never can remember his name.
I want to say Charles Whitman, but I'm not 100%.
That sounds right. It sounds right.
But he
He
told
was
people,
military too, right?
yeah, he was a military, he was a Marine, and he told them, if I do anything evil and I pass away, make them autopsy my brain.
Right.
And they did, and they found a tumor in it.
Yeah, there's like Ted Bundy, he wanted his study. There's quite a few that, don't know why they do what they do, that have, requested that.
That's why I said we should study SK.
Definitely.
Well,
that's where Ted Bundy, in my opinion, falls kind of different because he had great, not great, but an average upbringing. I literally don't think did. He have? If you guys can all correct me, I don't think he had anything.
What are you talking about, Marina? I'm sorry, you'll have to
So
start over.
so was he in the military at all?
No.
And I don't think, to my knowledge, he's never had brain injury, and he didn't
No,
have.
he did when he was a child.
Oh, he did. But
Yeah.
how?
From people abusing him.
But I thought he had a normal childhood. That's all I've ever heard.
Don't scare me, because my dad broke his hand on my age when I was like 14.
You're fine. You're fine.
Jesus.
I was dropping a child all the time. It's fine. I'm just kidding. But seriously.
My dad's like a 300-pounder plus. They call him Big Ray.
Oh, there's Eva in the kitty.
There's Eva.
The kid, you said their name. You said Eva, and then they both looked.
Come on, you guys. 177 likes, and we have 274 in here. Could you please hit that like button and get us up? If you're enjoying this, hit that button so it gets the show out in the algorithm. It does make a difference. Or you can hit the dislike.
It is all about the algorithm.
Matter. If you don't like it, hit the dislike, and it'll still help us.
Yeah, what's up with that? How come it doesn't
show
dislikes anymore?
I don't know.
It hasn't for a minute.
What did it hurt people's feelings or what?
Who knows?
I don't know.
This whole world, I swear.
We're all it's just too many snowflakes.
Seriously.
All right, so I got a question. I got a question for everyone in chat and everyone on panel. So we know that Friday, the 18th, is when they have this hearing coming up. What do y'all think is going to happen?
Oh.
Have they said anything about what it's about? I don't pay attention anymore. I'm just waiting for the trial.
Are they going to bring up everything that they've already like that they've been going back and forth about?
Okay.
Are they going to bring up other stuff? Can they? I don't know what.
All right. So this is what. Hold on. Let me get to the right document real quick.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect either.
What is this hearing called? Like, what is it called?
It is
all
just
the documents they put out. They're going to deal with some of that stuff.
I refuse to get my hopes up and set expectations after the last one.
Yeah, definitely. I'm with you, Fova.
All right.
I was ready for the sass in real life, and there wasn't any, and I was disappointed.
Well, maybe this one will have some sass in it.
I hope so, but I refuse to get my hopes up.
Well, the state is going to be bringing up the state's motion for protective order, the state's motion to reconsider the order setting time for a speedy trial, and the state's motion for scheduling order, and then the state's motion to compel the notice of defense of alibi, or alternatively to bar certain evidence. The defense is going to be, wait, that's the wrong document. Hold on. The defense is going to be bringing up the defendant's third motion to compel and the defendant's second motion to stay the proceedings. Maybe we can get some arguing going on with this.
Yeah, right.
That would be fun.
It would be, honestly.
Hopefully it's not.
Maybe something gets let slip that we don't know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why, something comes out that we don't know.
I don't know. I'm maybe there'll be some like focuses and sass and some arguing going back and forth, and
So it's maybe decently long
now for the change of venue.
Oh,
yeah. I'd like to find out who wrote Idaho laws, because they weren't for you and me. They're for this prosecution. It all favors it. And I'm not saying tilt the table and sling it. It's a rigged deck. I'm not saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But when you can't get a testimony of somebody who was an eyewitness, a possible eyewitness, I'll put it that way, of a crime, because I got a grand jury, I stopped you. There's something wrong with that.
I thought you're supposed to face your accusers.
Well, there you go. And that's what I'm talking about. It's things like that. And of course, that's in federal court, not state court. All those U.S. codes that you see as USC codes, that's all. Those are federal statutes. They won't apply into a regular courtroom, a state court. And so, Idaho has written their laws from watching this case. And maybe it's just the rare one out of a million. But to me, it looks just like the defense has nothing to stand on. Every time they try to do something, they get shut down.
It's going to be interesting.
Just my opinion from what I'm seeing.
Okay, Lady V, I just saw your message. That's fine.
Okay.
But, I mean, hopefully we'll get to see it. King Scarlet.
I'll take one with the lady.
King Scarlet, if you do happen to go up there, on a real note, if you do happen to go up there, let us know if you do.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, I hopefully we'll get to see it. That's what I'm hoping.
King Scarlet, get in touch with me when you get up there, because I'll look for you. Summer and I'll be up there.
Well, I think she's talking about the one Friday.
Oh, I won't be there that Friday. No, sorry. Don't be looking for me. You won't find me.
Who was choked? Is somebody choked on panel?
Not me.
Yeah, you went back chat. Didn't you read the message?
Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, I saw Lady V's, but I thought I heard somebody coughing real bad up here.
Pretty sure it was Willie.
Pretty sure it was me.
Okay, because I just assumed it was Lady V.
Sorry.
No. I would have muted.
I was trying to fit in.
Trying to fit in.
Hey, during these lives, these panels, I usually smoke like 4Js.
What'd you say?
I usually smoke 4 joints during these panels.
Yeah, I like the cones.
I just buy them from the club, the Blue Dream. That's my favorite.
Okay, so Summer says she doesn't want to go to work. Just say that you've been up all night on YouTube. It's a good excuse. Right. We're all your witnesses, so.
Calling sick.
You need me to write you a hall pass?
Yeah, I can act as your doctor.
And just sign it Riddler. Like, please excuse Summer from work. She was on YouTube all night. The Riddler.
Stationery will have a big old green question mark on it.
Marina might be in back.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get back over to StreamYard. I don't see
Says she
her.
wants to show her doggy.
Oh wait, I don't see her now, so she might have dropped. Whenever I was trying to get back over here. Hey
How good
Skittles.
the cat's being.
That is too cute. All right, there's Marina. All right, Marina, you back?
Hello.
Oh well. See, Summer says I gotta go out on the place. Well, I don't have an excuse for you then, Summer. I don't know how to get you out of it.
Oh, for the
I want to go to the trial.
Bowl of sherry papini.
We're just gonna watch it on TV.
Yeah, I'm hoping we'll get to see it. I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't get to see it because they have showed the
Even
other
if
ones or
even
whatever.
if you gave me a front row seat, I ain't not. Like I said, I'm not going to Idaho. There's no way. Ever.
So you wouldn't go to the trial that starts in October if it started in October?
Absolutely not.
Only time I would ever go to Ohio is to hunt something because they got a big game.
You mean Idaho?
Ohio.
Ohio.
What the hell are you doing in Ohio?
Idaho, I meant. I'm telling you, my brain is
Yeah.
Oh,
Take another
shoot.
hit, Ray. Take
The
another
hunting's
hit.
good over here in PA. I'll tell you that.
Thank you
There's
for the
deer everywhere.
permission. I will do so.
Ray's got
So
his
many deer in
bond
my.
now.
It's unbelievable.
Let me see.
Well, so I'm all for hunting.
I
just
would
don't
go.
hunt.
Lady V, you would go?
Yeah.
Let me see if they have something because on the Idaho website,
I'm
they
not
have
afraid of that.
the court live streams. I gotta
No way.
find.
You'd probably catch
Judge,
me in a headline if I
Judge.
went down. Be like,
I'm afraid of not responding properly in emergency myself.
What does that have to do with going?
No, I'm just saying I'm not afraid of death. I'm more afraid of not doing the right thing at the right time.
I get you. Yeah, I get it.
So I mean, I would be scared of jaywalk and everything.
All right. So the judge
that's
does not have anything on his YouTube channel. Like I thought maybe they may have like the upcoming thing or whatever for Friday, but there's nothing on there. Hey, Altered Soul, how are you?
I'd be calling into here from an Idaho jail. Hey guys.
What time is it? Our time?
Mine and your time will be 12:30.
Oh, good. Okay.
What? 6:30 GMT time.
Are you not going to show it till Friday night, though? You're not going live, are you? For it?
I kind of need to if they do live stream it.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Yes, I was gonna ask.
Whoa.
Like the Murdoch trial.
She just is not going to bed.
No, I would have to. Yeah, if I did go to bed, I'd have to get up. Well, it's 12:30. I'd have to get up by 11:30.
Yeah,
It takes me about an hour to get started once I wake up.
I get up and what?
The hell is that?
I get up and I get started and get dressed and slowly get around and do things so I don't feel rushed.
Right.
And it takes me about 45 minutes to get everything done and go to work.
I open my eyes, jump out of bed, and I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, you men can do that.
That's right. We just gotta wash our face.
Women can do that. Well, women won't.
That is so true. That is so true.
We got to make sure our hair is fixed and makeup on.
Makeup,
dressed
nails, this, that, the
Yeah.
third.
Right? Or else we're disheveled at work. No, it's so true. Like,
all that
well,
stuff
I mean,
you guys like.
Yep. That's why, again, the first date, we always go swimming. Let's go.
As my mom said, they got to put on their war paint.
Yes, exactly. That's what my mama used to say too.
if you can't handle me eating chicken wings, you can't handle me. Because I eat those too. I actually take my boyfriend's and I take them and I eat the rest of it because I like the gristle and I like all the parts that aren't like actually bone. So like if you can't handle that,
Oh no,
and
no,
he's like,
I'm actually the same way, Marina.
I have a Native American friend. He eats bones and all. Same with fish. He eats bones and all.
well,
Oh no,
I don't eat the bone. I eat the cartilage. Sorry, cartilage. That's the word.
I eat it
Cartilage. I
down.
love the cartilage.
I eat it down to the bone.
Only way to eat it.
Yeah.
I get so mad. People leave like half of. I'm like, there's half of the chicken there. What the hell are you doing? If it's
I
good, I mean,
know.
obviously it's not.
Yeah, I don't get it.
It's my favorite part, so I'm like, more for me. It's fine.
Yeah, it's my favorite part too. I get it.
We haven't heard anything on who's all going to be allowed to come in and watch the trial. And I was reading her message just a few seconds ago, and I don't even know what the capacity of that courtroom is. But the family will be in there, both sides, except for maybe the Chapmans. But they're only going to let VIPs come in there. I got a feel it's not just going to be anybody off the street.
Why wouldn't
Are
the
you
Chapmans
talking
go?
about for Friday, Riddler, or for the trial?
For the trial in October.
I would say the families will be seated first. Everybody that's whether it's Bryan's side or the state side. Then I'm pretty sure they would have a spot set up for the media if they allow media in there or the camera. And then if there's enough room, first come, first serve, journalists and all that.
I mean, how many hotels are in that area?
Let me check and see.
Good question. That is a good
There's
question.
probably quite a few because it's a college town and parents come and so on and so forth.
That's a good, but it's also Idaho. Yeah, that's a good question. It's a good question all around.
So there's a Best Western Plus University Inn, a La Quinta Inn and Suites by Wyndham and Moscow Pullman, and Fairfield Inn and Suites in Moscow. Some of the most popular hotels near the Opelousas, Missouri Museum, good Lord, and the Heritage Center. Let's see. Then there's.
You said Missouri?
Yeah, I said Missouri instead of museum.
Oh, okay.
Accident.
Like what?
Let's see. That's only ones that they're listing here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's others there though, but that's the only ones that I'm seeing on here. King Scarlet said I only see it at top hotels. So yeah, Fairfield Inn and Suites, La Quinta Inn, Best Western Plus University Inn.
I bet the corner club will be busting with business.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the grub truck.
Grub truck, yep.
Pretty sure.
And you got to make a
DoorDash. Let's not forget the restaurant.
Well, you got to make a DoorDash order from Jack in the Box while you're there.
Yep.
Yep. That whole town is going to, I mean, just imagine how many people are going to be up there, even if they have to stand outside the courthouse.
Yeah.
How many people's going to be up there?
Very true.
Not me. Screw that.
Not me either. I go to my local courthouse just to watch the proceedings.
Oh, that's.
I mean,
cool.
if I didn't have kids and animals and all that I had to take care of, and me and Troll, no, I ain't flying. I'll drive. But if me and Troll had time to to get away and go up there, we would go. But it's such a long trip from where I'm at, just to get up there, and you can't stay every day of the trial. We would have to come back at some time. So.
So you've never been out of the country?
Mm-mm. I've been to a lot of states, but I've never been out of the country.
Never drove to Mexico?
Nope.
Jesus. There's a whole world
Don't
out
you
there.
know you could be kidnapped in Mexico and held for ransom by the
You could be
cartel?
chilling on a beach if you stay out of those areas. You know, you'd be kidnapped anywhere.
I remember when I was in the military, Mexico was, we weren't allowed to travel there. The Intel gave us a bunch of countries that we were not allowed to go visit, and it keeps coming back up, and then they take it off the list, they add it back on, and it was Mexico.
A lot of people go to the Dominican Republic. Won't catch me there.
Yeah, Cuba now, they're letting people. At least during when Obama was president, you could go to Cuba and visit.
But we have dangerous places here in America too. So
that is true. There's a lot of dangerous places here too.
What's the number one, like,
I call it urban
terrorism.
Right what is it, Willie?
I said, what's the number one, like, what city has the most crime right now, like, at this present time?
Chicago?
Probably New Orleans.
New Orleans?
Yeah.
Probably.
I know Oakland got the list for lots of years.
It's like a ghost town. I saw some video of, I forget what town it was, though. It looked like a ghost town. There was people just, like, slumped and zombied everywhere. It looked terrible. Like, I don't know. And nobody's fixing it up. Nobody's doing nothing.
They always show that area in Philadelphia. It starts with a K. I can't remember. Kensington.
Kensington, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Philly's not that bad.
I drove through Philly.
Yeah.
Hey,
Going
San
to Jersey,
Francisco and Oakland looks like that. Zombies everywhere.
I've seen a lot of people that's been posting those videos of all of the people passed out and laying on the street and all that, and they keep saying it's Philly, but I don't know for a fact if it is or not.
I mean, the parts I drove.
Yeah, that stuff is crazy.
Oh yeah, now is that the drug? Yeah. There's some kind of drug that's eating through like people's skin.
Yeah, and then it gets in their brain and stuff too.
Yep. Like who? Like why put that in your box? Like that's crazy to me.
Yeah, and they look like zombies for real life. I mean, I'm like, wow.
Well, yeah, it makes like it gives you like zombie skin.
Yeah, well, and also the way they act. You know,
well,
but not being able to stand up properly, or you know,
just... it's so weird. I remember when I worked in Union, New Jersey, I just had to go to Newark, and you know, there's some of those blocks where that's what you see. I mean, they're all just sleeping, standing up,
and all them drugs are coming over our southern border.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's a sad thing, though, to see all of those people like that. If that is true, what's really going on, and it's not just something that somebody's put together to put it out there and it actually be fake. It's sad to see it. It really is.
Yeah, I don't think it's fake.
All right, King Scarlet, we got a deal then.
Willie, it depends whose report you want to look at, but it shows Memphis, Tennessee, Detroit. Those are like the worst cities to live in on crime.
That's what I think. Detroit, yeah. Like, whew, you would never, ever catch me there.
St. Louis.
That's called Chirac.
Chirac. Yeah, me? Nah, I'd get taken.
Summer.
I come back.
Welcome, Summer.
Hey.
Summer,
Summer.
how are you?
Good.
Summer.
Summer,
Hi.
what's up?
Hi.
Okay, so
This is so exciting.
Altered Soul wanted to know real quick, since Moscow has a new police station, do you think Bryan will be moved there?
Is it a jail or prison?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I would think they would keep him there. That way they can just bring him from downstairs up to the courthouse and they don't have to get him out.
Right.
And
risk him getting hurt.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
I wonder what his
getting hurt.
Wonder what his relationship is with the guards there. Because sometimes those guards get in that Stockholm thing,
Yeah.
Like, gosh, we got Bundy here. Hope I get to meet him. That
Yeah.
type deal.
Well, you can't hardly help it. I mean,
Exactly.
it's natural.
I think about that young lady that was missing for 4 years.
Oh,
She has a Hispanic last name. I can't remember.
yeah, she was mentioned last night. Was her name
Guzman.
Alicia?
I think her last name's Guzman.
Guzman, yes. Or is it Olivia?
I thought her name was Alicia.
I'm not
Hey,
sure.
can y'all still hear me? Oh, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we can hear you. Ray, are you talking about the girl that ran away from home and then when she was like 14 and then she came back when she was 18?
Exactly. She turns herself into the police department because she wanted to get a driver's license.
Alicia,
the guy
what was
that had
her
her was
last
like
name?
36, 38. And so she was 14. He was like 30 something. You know what I mean?
Was it Guzman?
No, I don't think that was it.
Guzman.
I just think she has Stockholm syndrome.
Oh, I do too. Very much so, Ray.
Navarro. Alicia Navarro. Thank you, Tony Dancer. I couldn't think of her last name.
Thank you. I told you I'm horrible in names.
We go through so many different ones all day long with it's like
hard to keep up with all the names.
It really is.
Was James Leonard in the same jail as BK? Yes, I believe so. I don't know about the same time. I don't think James Leonard has been arrested since BK's been arrested. Or if he has, I haven't heard about it. But yes, he was in that same jail.
I just feel for her mom. She looked the whole time she was gone. She stayed on top of it.
Summer, what do you think?
Oh, sorry. I was looking up the capacity of the Moscow courthouse.
Of the courtroom or the jail?
Courtroom.
Oh, okay. I know it's like tiny, but I don't know how many people it would exactly hold. I mean, obviously, their families are going to be seated first.
Yeah, I can't find anything.
Honestly, I'm not surprised somewhere because Idaho doesn't really have their stuff together, in my opinion.
Wait, does Tony have a cat too?
Yes, he does. That's the first time we've ever seen a cat.
They match. They
Yeah,
have the same colors.
And they're just so chill, both of them.
I think he said the cat is trans.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I have a black and white cat. Looks just like somebody that was
Standing
up
on
on
there.
panel earlier.
I have a black cat. And
Well, my cat looks black.
3 other cats.
I've had all kinds of cats. My first cat I got when I was like 6. It was born on my birthday. And I had her until I was 19. I went out to the military. My ex was watching the cat. Her mom let the cat outside and it got hit by a car.
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't hear that. I told you I
Summer,
don't.
let us know
an
if you
inside
found
cat.
anything.
She almost never went outside. She was calico. She's so beautiful. Selena.
I like calicos are pretty.
Hey, I came up here to tell you guys something.
Did you find your nieces?
Did you find the rat?
Oh no, I'm still.
One?
I'm not looking for it tonight. I'm trying to avoid it.
You don't have to look for it. It finds you.
Apparently.
I'd be so scared.
Because
what's the big deal? It's a mouse.
What if you're asleep and that thing,
Oh, goodness gracious.
No.
I saw a rat in my kitchen the other night. It ran across the ground. I have a hole in one of my bedrooms through the wall, so I know he's living in the wall.
Lady, this is not your average mouse. This thing had stare down with me.
See? Comes out.
It is not. It is the devil.
He put you in the corner.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for her to call 911 because of a rat in the house so I can FOIA the 911 call.
Call the fire department.
Did you don't even have rabies, God. Come on.
All I'm saying is,
I have cats.
if she FOIAs it and gets camera footage, and I have a do-rag on, do not judge.
Hey, I have 4 cats. That's why I can live in the country with no mices in my house.
You haven't. Okay, I've seen a lot of people go nuts over these mice and rats and stuff. But I say a wasp to my boyfriend. He's literally like my son's going like off the balcony. He's like, you
Is he
could have hurt
allergic to
Wyatt.
that?
I'm like, you're the one who's freaking out. I was like, there was a wasp by you. He's like, oh my god, it's just like the end of the earth. He's like,
Is
don't
he
joke
allergic
with
to
me.
stings? To their venom?
I'm allergic to bees
I
and
wasn't
wasps.
joking. I was like joking.
That's anaphylactic shock you
We
go
always
into.
get on the weirdest subjects when Avery gets up here with us.
It
Did you
wasn't my
put peanut
fault. I
butter
was
down?
coming up here to talk to you about Bryan Kohberger because I just seen something that I wanted to remind everybody of. And you guys got me about that damn mouse. I'm gonna call him Fred.
Fred.
She didn't give you the name.
I,
Hey, Debbie, how are you?
did you put up a Did you put a trap out or something?
I have traps everywhere.
You have to put peanut butter down. And
Do
first
you
of
have
all,
a
she
trap?
thought it was her neighbor's hamster.
I
Put
have
peanut butter.
That's our
Oh my
shit.
god.
Baking soda.
They have a buffet in these humane traps. They've got peanut butter, they've got cheese, they've got the nutty peanut butter. I mean, there's like everything.
All right, don't use baking soda because that's not humane.
Go
They
get a high-powered
expire.
pellet gun.
Oh, I know it works. You have to put peanut butter and a piece of bacon. I swear to God.
Bacon?
Oh, wait, you gotta.
Swear.
That's wasting bacon, though.
Give them some,
It
what's
works.
it called? Antifreeze.
No.
Oh,
we
she's
can't.
got dogs in the house.
I
Oh,
said baking
No,
soda
it's not even
because
the dogs. I would
they'll
kill them.
explode from the inside out.
The last time I killed a mouse, Willie, years ago, my son, we had to have a full-blown funeral.
Oh,
It
God.
was so
My
ridiculous.
funeral's a toilet flush.
I remember you talking about that on your channel in one of your lives.
Yes, that's how long ago it was. And he barely remembers it, but because stupid me showed it to him in the trap, and he's like, oh my God, it's so cute and fuzzy. And
Froggy
killed
said
it.
put peanut butter and celery.
King Scarlet.
Yeah, you just told me you had traps out, so you try
That
to kill
was
it
a
or not.
snack my mom gave us all the time, peanut butter.
No, you catch them live.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
these,
God.
the humane traps that
He's not
they
coming
go.
back.
Little square-looking ones. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, well, some of them look
Okay.
like tunnels, and then some of them
Yeah.
look like
Well,
squares.
it's kind of like you'd have with the rabbits, you know.
Mm-hmm. And what I plan to do is, whenever I catch however many there is, I'm gonna drive down to my ex-husband's house, and that's where I'm gonna let them out.
Oh, Jesus.
So kind.
Avery's gonna be calling somebody saying she needs bill money.
Yeah.
I had a.
But
I
he's
had
not
a,
going to come out and be quiet.
What is it, Riddler?
I said I had a squirrel one time that fell down the chimney,
Aww.
and he came into the house. Well, it's a tree rat, and he came into the living room. And so I just got back from the gun club at night, so I got 2 shotguns with me, and I got my pistol. And all of a sudden, I heard him knock over something furniture he knocked over. So I said, somebody's in my house. I said, God, did I call 911? I go, nah, I got the pistol. And I said, I need to get one. I need to get a shot off there. So I go inside, and there's that squirrel. Then he runs up the stairs and goes into my bathroom.
Oh,
And,
gosh.
and I said, well, you're just going to be locked in here the rest of the night. And I said, now, where am I going to use the bathroom? I got to go all the way back downstairs. And so I told my dad, I said, Dad, I need some rope, long rope, because my house is real tall. So I had to go get about 30 foot of rope. And I said, I'm going to tie it up here to the top. By then, my dad was in there. He had a baseball bat, and bam, right over his head. I go, so much for the rope, and I had to roll it all back up.
Oh, my gosh.
That's what I mean. I grew up in it happened to me, Riddler, but it wasn't a squirrel. It was a bat. A bat came, and it was flying around during the middle of the day. And I'm going to tell you what. I put a tennis racket over a bat, and they can contort their bodies to literally like fitting in one of those like little squares. Imagine like a tennis racket.
To come out of it.
Oh my God.
Yep.
And it started doing that, and I just let that thing. I took it outside real quick and threw it out, and that was the freakiest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. But
I
was
had
putting
a
it in the chimney.
dog, Chow Chow, and I had him in my garage, and you know the air vents on the side of your building, your house or your garage or whatever, with the little screens in it.
Yeah.
That Chow Chow squeezed through one of those vents, and Chow Chows are medium-sized dogs.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
My mama had a Chow Chow. They're pretty good size.
So do you guys want to know what I was coming up here to tell you? Because then I'm going back down.
Yes.
Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah.
Okay.
T-Rev posted on X, and I don't know how recent, but I just got the notification. But sometimes, I'll get a notification and it will be from like days ago. And in the comments, somebody had posted a screenshot of Christy Gonzalez when she was giving an interview. And when I read it, I remembered it instantly. And she said, they cannot find any connection between Kaylee and Bryan. She said they have searched and searched and searched and racked their brains and looked everywhere, and they cannot find any connection. And so I got to thinking about that, and then I remembered that interview, her saying that. Maybe it was on Bamford, but anyhow. So I wanted to come up here and remind you guys of that because I don't think that Kaylee was the target.
And you said Christy Gonzalez said that?
Mm-hmm. So T-Rev has a post where he copied something that People's Magazine put out about one of Bryan's coworkers having a bunch of pictures of one of the victims. If you look in the comments of that post, it's the last comment and it's a screenshot. I should have saved it and sent it to you.
Okay. I was trying to write it down as you were saying it. So
now, she was the one that came back into town, right?
Yes.
See, everybody was saying, well, that's the reason he attacked that night. And he's obsessed with her. I said, I just don't buy that right yet. So I see something. Thank you, Avery. That proves my theory that she's not the target, and he didn't pick that night because that's the night she came back into town.
Yeah, and remember Steve Gonzalez said they did find that he had been messaging one of the girls on Instagram. And I was just assuming
I thought that was Maddie.
See, and I was assuming he was probably talking about Kaylee. But now it makes sense why he said one of the girls instead of just saying.
Right.
So I think the target was Maddie.
I've always speculated that Maddie was a target. I've always said that.
Yeah. She's always the one that I went with, too.
There's some people tell you that Xana was the target.
Yeah, but so, I mean, he would go, okay, let's say he had maybe intended on essaying her, right? So that would be the first place that he would go, would be the first person that he would look for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thinking maybe he can get by with it, and then Kaylee hears something and comes in, and then, all H breaks loose, and he's got to get all this stuff, with these kids and everything.
It sounds like my scenario I've been saying from the beginning.
So far, I'm going to stick with he went up to the third floor.
Yeah, he did first.
Then he's on his way down.
Scarlett, I just posted the link to T-Rev's post in the back chat. And then if you click on the comments of that post, it's like the bottom comment. It's a screenshot of the interview.
So that kind of goes along with what Ann Taylor's saying. There's no connection.
I'm going to copy that.
Yeah, she didn't have to say,
That's what I mean. He knew exactly when to leave. Exactly when to go there.
No, that's Eva snoring.
That's just so weird.
Doesn't make sense.
Summer, I want to hear Summer talk.
Yeah.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Willie needs to get down. You need to talk, Summer.
What do you want me to say?
Awful quiet tonight.
Say hi to Avery, Summer.
Summer, tell everybody how we're planning to get wasted in Moscow.
Oh God.
Yeah. Turn.
Okay, she's not a chatter, is she?
Oh,
Can you not? I'm
I think
talking. Can
she's
you not hear
looking
me?
at something.
I think your mic's.
Yeah, you're
talking.
low a little bit.
It's been a little.
Hold
Your
on.
mic.
Can you hear me now?
Let me see if I can cut you up a little bit. Hold on.
Kind of.
Because you're a little bit low. Okay, try it now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yay! I've been talking the whole time.
You have?
I just heard you say turn.
It didn't show
we
you
didn't
on
hear you at
mute.
all.
It didn't show you on mute, but we couldn't hear you. I didn't even see your avatar move.
I think it's just because she was so low.
Well, that's why I asked her what she thought, because I wanted to hear her
Oh
talk.
no! I was like, who's snoring? I was telling everybody to put peanut butter and bacon on the.
I saw that in back chat.
I did hear you say the bacon part. Scarlett, I love it when you say, I'm going to try to cut her up a little bit, talking about the volume, because it just makes me feel so at home. Everybody in Alabama, when they go to turn something up, they're cutting it up.
Cut it up.
Cut it up.
Okay.
I see that kitty, and I think I've had 2 cats that were pleasant killers. You know what I mean? You open your front door, there's a rat there. There's a mouse there the next door. There's a mole there. There's
Okay, Ray, you're muffled now.
No, I can't hear Ray.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. You're just muffled.
Yeah.
It's just my voice. I was just talking about killing cats that leave you
You sound like you're talking in a can.
Hey, stop talking about killing cats.
No,
Okay.
Is that what he said?
I can't understand anything he's saying.
I can't either.
Me either.
He sounds like
I
he's
want to
talking
know.
in a can.
I want to know how Tony's animals are so well mannered.
Both of them are just so calm.
Mine are that way.
Where's my dog?
My poor
Mine
idiots are in here fighting over a blanket.
No, mine doesn't do that. No.
Come here, Miss Monroe. Come here, Miss
He's
Monroe.
probably outside my door right now, waiting
Come here.
for me to do something.
I just woke mine up.
Is that a fairly decent representation of you, or is it something you found on the internet?
That's Marilyn Monroe.
It's
that
me.
What that is? It's you?
It's me.
Is that you?
Gorgeous. She's gorgeous.
It is. Oh, thank you.
Really? I thought that was like a picture.
I thought that was not Marilyn Monroe. Well, at first I thought it was her. The Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah.
That's who I thought it was to begin with.
Yeah.
That's what someone else said.
That's
no,
really
it was. Yeah, it was last summer. It's on my Facebook page.
Well, if you look like that, I don't think I want to go out with you in Moscow.
Oh,
wow. Avery's going to be like, oh man, and I wanted the attention.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my God. No.
Back up here.
But I do love Marilyn Monroe. That's my dog's name, Miss Monroe.
Miss Monroe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
thought it was Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah, I just had to ask because I'm like, wow.
One of my dogs is named Michael Jackson.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was talking about that I had cats that left me presents like mice, rats, snakes. Every day on the doorstep, my ex would scream in the morning, and I'd have to take away one of those little pests.
Yep, that's what my child cat did, but the animal wouldn't be like. She would actually like throw it up.
One time he left me a rabbit that was just as big as him, like a jackrabbit.
Cats are really good
Cats
hunters.
are amazing.
That cat used to be arboreal. He'd sleep in the trees.
And then like imagine like one of those big cats. That's why they're so king of the jungle.
My cats are just like running all over the house like a bunch of wild banshees when I'm live.
Same.
That's my dogs. They're crazy.
My dog is cool. He's like laid out in the living room asleep. He knows when I go live, he has to get out of the room. The cats, on the other hand, yeah.
At that time, I was living in the country, and the cat came with the house, and there was a dog, a Queensland heeler, that lived under the house as well.
I had one cat. I miss him so much. Oh my god. So I was like helping, like, the kids were trick or treating, and this cat, like, dogs like will get in the kids' ways, but like this cat was actually trying to get in the pumpkin, like that with like the trick or treat basket pumpkin, and the cat was trying to get into it. I'm like, what? And these kids are in masks, like cats like are scared of that. This cat's trying to get into his pumpkin. I'm like, oh my god. And they're like, whoa.
I'd take off my boots, and it'd be
Coolest
like
cat ever.
the cats would crawl into the boots and be purring and acting crazy.
Yeah, they can
No,
fit
but
in.
but you have kids in masks at your door, and the cat's like trying to get in their pumpkin. Like, I'm sorry, that's my cat. I miss him so much.
Oh, how long ago did you lose him? Farmer.
No,
How long ago?
That was Marina.
Oh, Marina. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That cat was left at the door, and they ran out of there like a bat out of hell because like they couldn't keep him inside because he loves being outside. Or he did. He's gone now, but
How long has it been since you lost him?
like 2 years, and it just like literally I would pick him up and he would he'd put his neck in your neck and like cuddle you. He loved just like I have pictures of him with him on like he's like a little boyfriend or a girlfriend like with his head on my chest like he's just and it would sleep like that like literally the coolest cat. And I work in the vet industry. I've met really cool cats. This cat didn't like the vet, but just the coolest cat ever. And I hated cats until I met him. Honestly, I did. And I'll never meet a cat like this.
I've had like 3 like that. And yeah,
but
they do get into your heart a lot.
Yeah. Especially when I was like
for your loss.
Yeah. I couldn't I was like, he's in the kid's pumpkin, like they're wearing masks. Like, what is he doing? Like, no cat does it. They're like, oh, who the hell is this? Like, you back up. Even I would back up. I'm not going to get in someone's pumpkin that's wearing a mask. That's like, oh, I want candy. Like, it's just beyond me.
That's funny.
That's my favorite memory of it. Oh,
I had a cat named Nuisance. He died of distemper.
Oh, that's a bad one.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a cat named Miss Kitty.
That you don't hear about that often because distemper is one that you usually give cats. So.
Wait, you have a cat named what, Summer?
Miss Kitty. So I have Miss Monroe. Oh my god, my dog just looked at me like, what? Miss Kitty and Miss Monroe.
Oh, okay, that is too cute.
My son goes, Kit Kat. Anytime he's in a book, Kit Kat.
And I was thinking that picture of Summer looked like Jane Mansfield.
Yeah, that's
okay. He put Jane Mansfield in back chat, and I was like, "Who is that?" And he said that's who he thought your picture was of.
That's who I
thought. Who's that?
He's gorgeous. He was gorgeous.
I think that's Hardegay's mom. I believe so.
It is.
Who is? Okay, wait. Who was that?
Hardegay. Law and Order Special Victims Unit.
That is her mom. Yes.
Oh. Okay.
You know, Mariska turned out to be really pretty. In the beginning of that show, she was kind of funky looking. I loved Elliot, but
oh my god, Elliot. Okay, if you like Elliot, the movie or the show Happy on Netflix, greatest show ever. Crazy like little fairy thing. It's a crazy show. You have to like crazy good comedy drama.
And
I gotta Google her.
It's called Happy on Netflix, or was on Netflix. I don't know anymore. But the crazy unicorn thing, the blue unicorn. It's really good.
James
And Elliot is like
Mansfield.
a former cop actually in the show. Or
You
yes,
know, he's back on Law and Order
yes,
SVU.
he is. Yep.
I think him and Olivia are getting ready to do the do.
They're doing cross episodes, so he's on the the DRUG unit. That's it.
I think they're about to fall in love.
Well, I think they've been in love, but I think that's what everyone wants eventually. If you notice, Dick Wolf, I can say Dick Wolf because that's the person who does it. He produces everything, and if I don't know if any of you guys have watched any of the the Chicago Fire, Chicago Meds.
Oh, I love those.
He does all of them. You see it, Dick Wolf. He has like
I know I've seen that.
yeah, they're great. Those are great too. They all do cross episodes because it's all Dick Wolf.
Yeah, I love those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that name.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
So y'all, I'm going back down. I'm gonna actually get in bed this time and listen till I fall asleep.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Good night.
Thank you
Thank you.
Did you get all of your little things made?
Yeah, pretty much. I got lavender and vanilla sitting in the molds now.
Oh, that is like the best smell
Oh,
ever.
I love vanilla.
My house smells like strawberries and cream, 1,000 Wishes, which is the
Bath and Body Works.
and then lavender vanilla.
Oh wow! I bet your house smells delicious.
My mom's all into lavender. Apparently, it calms you.
Yeah, I love lavender, and vanilla and lavender together are just
I'm saddened. There was a
I would just put that to my animals. Lavender.
Maui that was everywhere. It was a beautiful smell, like perfume. I know a couple of people that smell it, and I wonder when I next go to Maui if it smells the same.
I'll show them to you, the ones that are packaged.
That's awesome. Yeah, my boyfriend's just learning about candles. He's like, I love these. I'm like, yes, they're candles.
Scarlet.
So really.
Back to Idaho.
Wait, Riddler. Okay, let me turn my camera on. Well, you guys probably can't even see that, can you?
Yeah, we can see them.
That's the wax melt.
Oh wow!
Aren't they pretty?
They are.
That's so yeah.
And
That's
then, let me show you guys these too, and then I'll be done.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh wow, those are.
Can you see the?
Yeah, that's
awesome.
the one you sent me the picture of the other day.
Yeah.
Hearts on
top? Strawberries, because there's strawberries and cream.
Oh
my god, I love that.
Yep.
All right. You can send me a sample package anytime.
I'm gonna send Lady Lee some too. But yeah, that's my side hustle.
Oh man, I can't wait.
How do you accept payment? Like Venmo, Cash App, Zelle?
I have a website that I'm working on. As soon as I'm just about done with it, and then I'll launch it. But it's just called loveyoumorecandleco.com.
Well, that's cute.
Because me and my son always say, "Love you more." You know, I love you more. So we named it Love You More.
Yeah. To the moon and back. That's what my parents used to say with us.
Oh, I should use that as a candle name, To the Moon and Back.
Brainstorming.
All right. Well, good night, you guys. I'll be listening.
Okay, have a good night.
Hey, Avery.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, so Riddler, what was you saying now?
Back to
Idaho. A lawyer for the family of one of the victims says Kohberger had no connection to any of the kids. That's not Ann saying it. That's the lawyer for one of the family.
Oh, yes, the family. And wait, when did this come out? I gotta find the
That came
date.
out today. I
Wait,
just
this one.
picked
What?
it up.
Wait,
That
this one
just came
here.
out.
It's in the back chat.
Yeah,
It
that's the one I
says
grabbed.
January 10th.
January 10th.
One I show is August 15th.
Okay, wait, I must have clicked on the wrong one then. Hold on, let me go back.
Mine says Tuesday, August 15th, 2023.
I think you sent us the wrong link.
Yeah, because the one I'm pulling up is Daily Mail, but this one here also says the lawyer for the family of Kaylee Gonzalez. It says, but Bryan Kohberger has no connection to any of the 4 students he is accused of murdering. But it says January the 10th on it.
Then how does he know where they live? Sorry.
Let me see if there's an update somewhere on here that.
Keep an open mind. It still may not be.
I don't see any updates.
Okay. On mine, it says at the top of the page, Tuesday, August 15th, 2023, 1 a.m. And the headlines, no one knew of this guy at all.
Oh, that's because that's today's date. It says 3 a.m. 72 degrees and all that. Is that what you're talking about?
Mine says 1 a.m. 84 degrees. It says Tuesday, August the 15th.
Yeah, I see that.
Let me see. Now maybe it was posted some other time. That's their site. But if he's saying that, nobody jumps on it. But when Ann says it, oh, she's lying.
That's literally like just now, like or an hour ago.
No, no.
Yeah.
Riddler, I think you're reading the date if it's next to the temperature.
That's the website's date.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes more
sense. Yes, Kohberger is due back in court on Thursday.
Wait, is it Thursday?
If you look at the published and the updated date on it, underneath the blue by.
What is the date? Yeah.
Today's the 15th. So Friday is the 18th.
Yeah, he's due back in court on Friday. He was probably due back whenever Thursday was.
It does say January. Okay.
Yeah, it says January. Published 9/27 Eastern Time on January the 10th. And then updated at 13/17 on the 10th of January. But it does say what Riddler's saying. That the lawyer for the family of Kaylee Gonzalez says that suspect Bryan Kohberger has no connection to any of the 4 students that he is accused of murdering.
Yeah, and once again, when Ann says it, everybody wants to fire. Oh, that's just the way they word things. So is it?
I'm gonna drop that link in chat. That way, if anybody wants to take a look at it later on, they can.
And if he knew that back then, and I'm sure Ann knew it, all that stuff has to be in by now. If not, then the state's hiding it. They are feds in to tear that state attorney's office up.
Tell them about that.
Or rip it apart. That's supposed to be Moscow, Idaho, not Moscow, Russia.
Oh,
sorry, Marina. I had a fight against those guys.
Yeah, like I said, that's why I don't understand why they don't just turn it over. If they're not in the high, just turn it over.
I mean, if they're entitled to it, yeah, why not just give it to them? I don't understand that.
Would you want to know?
I would. I would want to know everything that they have against me that they are accusing me of.
There you go.
I think as a person who is being accused of something, whether I did it or I didn't do it, I still want to know what they have. What is it, Summer?
Oh, I was reading chat.
Oh.
I'm just wondering how long it takes to go through all those terabytes.
I would think probably a little while at least to thoroughly go through it anyway.
I agree with you, Scarlett. I would want to know everything.
I'm just wondering if it's hidden somewhere and they can't see it. They can't find it.
Probably. That's what I was saying. If you ever watch that show, The Lincoln Lawyer, the uh, the series that has came out, that guy does a trial, and they bring in everything that the state had, and it's like boxes and boxes and boxes of all these papers and documents and all this and that. And he said that that's what the state done. What they needed to find was buried within all these 80 something boxes of evidence, and they had to go through them to try to find the stuff that they needed to get the client off. And I mean, if that's what the state did, then it's Anne, as Anne being his attorney, it's her job then to go through it all and find out what she needs to find.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Oh man, me and my boyfriend just got into that show. Yeah, it is really good.
Yep.
It's good.
So you're planning a lot tomorrow. JC, as of right now, yes. If something comes up and I don't go live, I will. I'll put it on my community page. But yeah, I should be here.
Scarlett, I'm gonna give you props on that. You are very good about like letting us know if you're gonna if you can't go live like an hour beforehand. You put it on your community page. That's really cool. I just wanted
Thank
to let you
you.
know.
I always get the notifications on YouTube. The little, I try to hit like on them every time.
Yeah,
me too. Yeah, you can press the notification like the where it says like the just the I don't know how to explain it, but you can do all stuff. It's like personalized, or you can do all, and I have you for all.
Yeah, that's what I put all of mine on, is on all.
I do it all the time, but I just go to my subscriptions to check out what's going on with people I follow.
Exactly. Me too. So like the people that I want to know stuff, it's like all, and then everything else is just like you have the red little dot. It's like just see what's happening.
Hold on just a second, y'all. So Summer, you haven't said a whole lot. What is your take on all this?
I'm just waiting.
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah. Riddler said back to Idaho, so I'm just waiting because he's going to yell at me otherwise.
I would never yell at you, Summer.
Oh,
Summer, I wanted to know actually everything. Like what do you like? Cause you do have it. Like, what's up? What's up? What do you think?
I've already done that.
No one will be offended.
I think he did it.
You know that your opinion is welcome here no matter what, right?
Oh, I think he did it. It's just crazy. This is just crazy.
That it is.
I
respect that.
I just want to know so much more, and it's never going to happen. I'll be dead.
I mean, it's just like, I don't know what it is about this case, honestly, that it seems crazier as far as like the Kohberger side of it.
The almost lack of physical evidence. You know, there's only a couple pieces we see of circumstantial evidence other than the knife piece.
And I think that because of all this and everybody having all these questions and we don't have answers to them, I think that that's why if this trial is live streamed, it's probably going to be one of the most watched trials.
It's going to get millions and millions of views.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think so.
I might be wrong. Can I say sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, well, the way I interpret it is, so Summer's like, we will never know. honestly, I don't think we will ever know, because whatever comes out in trial, in the end, nobody knows what happened in the actual house. Like like he said, she said. It's like he said, she said. It's like perfect for anybody like trying to commit a crime. I can say crime, right? Please,
Yes.
But it's just like,
so.
who will actually ever know? Like we can like speculate it happened from here, it happened from there. All the evidence we have is on the sheath. It's enough to convict him, and I do think that, in my opinion, he is allegedly guilty. But that's going to come out in trial. But either way, no one's gonna ever know. It could have been the Phantom of the Opera, for freaking Christ. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
I mean, something else is just not adding up. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know.
Our hopes and prayers is they actually have the evidence to convict them without question.
Yeah.
I just want to see district and state attorneys, police officers, everybody else that's involved follow the correct procedures of the law.
Mm-hmm.
That defense attorney you had on there the other night, he says something better than any. I've been waiting years to learn how to say it, but they're going to hold the state, even when the defense knows their guy's guilty. They know it. They're going to run through that course, and they're going to hold the state to the fire to make sure, so that when a person that comes in that the defense knows they're innocent or not guilty, they're going to use the correct procedures, because we already got you last time on it. See, if they can get away with it here, they'll get away with it in all the other cases, everybody's cases, mine and yours. That's why they've got to follow the state. I have no problem with them coming back with a guilty conviction if they follow the state, the procedures that are in the law.
Mm-hmm.
But if they come,
especially if he's a person who done it,
exactly.
He needs, if he did this or had anything else, a helping hand with someone else, he needs the DP. All there is to it.
The state using an excuse that the cops are using. Well, you know how many laws we have to learn when they don't know the difference between an RAS and a probable cause, when they don't know where private property ends and public property begins.
Yeah, but that's a lot of the Constitution. They have to, they do a vow to uphold it.
Yeah,
So they should know it.
I agree with you guys.
And that's all I'm asking. I mean, instead of on, I know a lot of people, I don't care what trade they're in, they study up on their game. Football players just don't practice at practice. They go home and study the playbook.
Mm-hmm.
It never ends on anybody that's in a profession. And that's the way police officers, I mean, I know certain nights the state attorney here in town schools them. I know the sheriff schools them on some things. So I'm getting tired, and it's not just here, it's everywhere. I'm just getting tired of, well, we made a mistake. Look, all these people, they're having to release now. We made a mistake. Like it's nothing to them, but go look what happened to those people's lives.
Exactly.
Yeah, they could sue and get money, but is that going to buy you back 40 years? Just 90 days. If you were in jail for 90 days and nobody paid your rent, they're going to take all your stuff out of your apartment, throw it outside. Your car's going to get repossessed if you're making payments on it. And when you have nothing in life, all your clothes, they threw it out. They're bringing somebody else in there to start renting the apartment out too. You have nothing unless you got some family members that can go there and get it for you.
Exactly. You need help.
And then what do you do when you get out? You don't have a job. You don't have. All they do is give you a little bit of money, and they give you enough food to last for about 3 days. That's what they give you in Florida when you come out of prison.
Right.
And so I'm just getting tired of seeing people. Of course, I even get more tired of seeing people get off like some of these other cases I've seen.
I wonder, Riddler, if you could get compensation, hold them liable.
I don't know. In Florida, I don't think you can. Some states I've seen where they gave them money.
It's not a lot.
But that's all I'm asking when we watch this case. That's why I get confused on it when you're right. Okay, because I get confused with this stuff. Well, okay, they got him in the house good at 405 to 425. Wait a minute, he speeded off at 420. He's still right. He ain't parked the car yet. Yeah, and they already got him in the house. I don't get it. Something didn't add up. So something went wrong in the investigation. Something went wrong in that investigation. How do you have him in the house when he's still parking the car or he's driving off at 420, but yet he's in the house?
Yeah, I agree with that.
What went wrong? I mean, now they got to investigate that, and then get the dates right. And
the timeline's important.
And I can sit there with you, and I can sit there and say, okay, you guys are doing it sharp. Yeah, you're staying up late at night. You're working on this. What's happened to our country? Innocent people go like this, and the only reason they can't just ramrod this one through because all the eyes are focused on this case.
This is true, Riddler. I totally agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't expect it to blow up like this. As far as viral.
Summer, what was you saying?
I do think at first, I think that, I mean, it had been how long since there was anything like this to happen in Moscow? I think that Ellie
7 years
didn't know what to do, and they didn't have. I guess they didn't have the knowledge to know what to do.
But wasn't ISP and all them there?
Yeah, but they didn't. Nobody really
but they didn't come.
Before. They had a cop there as a security guard watching the place, but no activity was being done in the house.
The detective got there 5.
I mean, if the state really. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I was gonna. Sorry. I was just gonna say I think that it was Payne that got there at like 4ish, and that when he walked through, they had already had ISP in there. ISP was the one that was kind of.
I thought they were waiting to go in until he got there.
I'm trying to use logic here. If the state knows, hey, we got DNA in that car. We got hair back at his house. We got victim skin cells, his skin cells on their skin cells. I could care less if they talk to Bethany now. I mean, that's my logic.
Hello?
I'm still here, Ray.
Hello.
Well, I could hear some sort of feedback in the background, and then all of a sudden it stopped, and I was like, whoa. It's like completely.
Wait, what happened? Because I was muted.
Yeah, it's when you go on mute, Scarlett, because you can hear, it's not, I don't know, you just hear a noise. And then when you go on mute, it goes away, and it seems like the stream has ended because it's dead silent.
Is it doing it now?
Yeah. It's not bothersome. It makes us know that we're still connected, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a fan or something. It's just.
It's because it's because my air conditioner is going, and that's what y'all are hearing. So whenever I mute, y'all are hearing it. So it's like a dead sound. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like we all got disconnected if everyone's quiet.
It's the sound. It's the sound of silence.
Marina, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you.
I think she's wanting the link, Scarlett.
Marina is. Hold on. Let me get back over here and grab it. I don't know why every time I want to drop the link again, I have to go back and recopy it. Lady B, I already knew. I was already typing it out in chat when I seen you drop or whatever. I knew what time it was.
Yeah, I saw you. Let me know when you're back. It's like clockwork.
Every night, 3:05 on the dot.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's like that's so weird.
Do you got something like? Is it you using your phone or a computer?
No, it's I have satellite internet, and they like uplink something or other at exactly that time every night. I think the reason it does it is because that's when we're aligned with the satellite, to be close enough to be able to change things, in your internet.
So they're doing some sort of
They're always
reset or
updating or
yeah.
or resetting or something.
Did you guys see
Bryan. I'm sorry, Summer. Go ahead.
No, I didn't see this. I can't remember where I heard this from. It was on a chat, but apparently they saw like I don't know if it was moving trucks or like dumpsters in front of Kohberger's parents' home, and they were wondering if like they were moving. I didn't see it, but
I've never seen that.
I could see that happening. It's just like the Long Island guy. His family came around.
yeah, I just heard it this evening. I haven't seen it, but I haven't really researched or whatever. But I don't know. I was just like, But no, they've not gone. They've not gone to visit him, correct?
Not as far as I know they haven't.
See, I think that's odd, but I don't know. I don't know.
I agree. I mean, they probably talk on the phone a lot.
Yeah, I would think. Well, I mean, I don't know because I was going to say maybe they just don't have the money. But if his dad can fly out to Washington, we know of twice now.
Yeah.
Then why can't they fly out there? Maybe get like a round trip ticket, fly out there, visit with him, and then
maybe they're waiting so they can be there for the trial.
Could be.
Maybe they know him better than us, and they think something.
Then one of his sisters was at one of the hearings, correct?
In
I think
in Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know.
I think so.
I know
I'm
that
thinking
she
it's
was
one of the first ones.
I know she was in Pennsylvania. One of the sisters was there with the parents.
Both the sisters were there. We didn't
okay.
see them both on camera, but they were both there.
Both there.
They said it.
Okay.
Reporters.
Okay.
How old are the sisters? Yes.
One, I believe, is 8 years older than him.
Okay.
One's in their 50s.
No.
What do they do? Like
they're both in their 30s.
What do they do? Did they have a college education? Like
yes, one is a therapist of some sort. I can't remember exactly what her title is.
Yeah.
And then one, I don't know what the other one does now, but I do know that she was an actress at one time. She actually played in a movie.
She was working at a school as a as a counselor of some kind.
Yeah, she's a counselor.
Oh, okay.
And then, why was I thinking she was like 50, early 50s? I don't know. But yeah, one.
I think so I believe it's the youngest daughter, because Bryan's the youngest out of all three of them. He's now 28. I want to say, though, that the youngest daughter is 8 years older than him, and then the oldest daughter is like 2 or 3 years older than her.
Okay.
I feel old.
Like and one was fired, which I was like,
yeah, I didn't understand that. Why would the sisters get fired when they're just because they're his sisters? That's not a reason for them to be fired.
Yeah.
It could. Yeah.
I think
were they working in Pennsylvania when they got fired?
I believe one was working in Jersey,
Yeah,
or was living in Jersey and maybe working, or was she in Jersey and working in New York?
Yes.
That was that the one that was fired?
It was. Yeah, it was said that both of them lost their jobs.
Oh, really?
Because Pennsylvania's at will. They can fire you for whatever reason.
That could be a lot of different things, though. Hold on, that could be a lot of different things.
With this, like with the one sister, I'm not saying that I agree with this, but I can see maybe why. If she's out of school, like with the high profile nature of the case
Mhm.
and just all of the publicity that's been on
Yeah.
it, that maybe that's something that parents wouldn't want around their kids, or like it might be like a liability thing for the school in a way. I don't know if I don't think I agree with that, but I'm
Doesn't
just
make it right, yeah.
I could see the school having something to do with it, but like if the that's the one thing. Scarlett, anyone can. That's the one thing Summer, I don't get. I have not heard much from the parents. Like, what is the parents' stance? Like, are they?
They said they were standing by their son and that they were
And
they've
their
got
brother, wasn't it?
yeah, and their brother. So like they were all standing by him and stuff, but they've gotten legal
All
counsel
of
that has told them to stay quiet.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, but
so
the legal counsel is
Melissa, the oldest sister, is a well-known mental health therapist and counselor in New Jersey. And then Amanda Kohberger is an actress and was reportedly part of a gory slasher movie that portrayed several students on a camping trip. And y'all know what happens in horror movies.
Yeah. I saw that. It was.
What?
But after that, she went on to do something else.
Yeah, I'm trying to find their age. Okay, so Amanda Kohberger, no, I'm sorry, Melissa Kohberger says was born in 91. So
she's 32, a year younger than me, 33.
So she was born in November
She was 2
of
years above me then.
91. I was thinking that one of them was like 8 years older than him, though.
I think the other one's 6 years older than him.
My youngest son was born in 91. My oldest daughter
Yeah,
was
I was born in 1990.
Let's see, Amanda Kohberger. I'm just thinking of her IMDb page.
Thanks.
Caddy, you're very welcome.
How long did it take, like FBI and whatever, to get involved? That's what I was trying to say. I think the local LA was. They didn't know what to do.
What?
Like, how long did it take FBI
FBI
or
was
whatever to
close
get involved?
already.
I think they were already in the
with
area at the time.
They were already close. And I think the Washington branch came straight over.
I don't actually know. I can't give you facts, but I think 4 days after the whole thing happened, they were involved when he was initially arrested, which was like 4 to 6 days after. So it has to be. Yeah, it was pretty much right from the get go with the amount of unalivings.
What date was the very first press conference?
Very
16th, I believe. 3
November
days
the
after.
16th. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And it doesn't have Amanda Kohberger's birthday on her IMDb page.
And I believe the second press conference was 10 days after, so that'd be like 23rd.
Scarlett.
Uh-huh.
Dave Bass wants to ask what you said. He couldn't. If you could repeat what you said again about the possible second person.
Oh, Dave, were you talking about just a little while ago? I think the only thing I said about a second possible person was that if Bryan is the person and it's proven that he did this, or if he had a helping hand in this along with someone else, he should get the DP.
I think if he had accomplice, if he did it, they'll offer him like life without possibility parole and take the death penalty off if he tells who did it, who was with him.
Yeah. It's just so. It's just driving me crazy. It's just so weird. Like, I want to hear the 911 call. Like, I just want to hear it.
I just want to hear all the evidence, like
Amen.
I'm being nosy and messy.
I
I want to know it all.
Body cam footage, all of it.
I think that's why we're here every night still talking about this, because we're still trying to fit pieces together, but we don't have all the puzzle pieces.
The ones we do have aren't fitting.
No.
That's us humans always want to solve problems. We want to help other people. Some people don't want help. It is what it is.
Okay, Amanda Kohberger was born in March of 1988, so she's 34. I don't know why I was thinking one of them was 8 years
They're
older
all
than
really
me.
close then.
I don't know
Same
why I
age as
thought
my
when I
old,
was 50.
they had kids like the same time I did. My oldest daughter was born in 88. My oldest son was born in 91. My next son was born in 96.
Oh, you're old.
Okay, I gotta get caught back up in chat. I've been looking all that other stuff up and now I'm behind.
No, that's awesome. Wow. That's all really close in age. Like I was literally born in 1990. My sister's 91. My other sister's 92, and then 93, and then it jumps to 94. I don't know what our parents were doing, but yeah, so there's 5 of us. So
Well, it
all
goes
girls.
with planning. Try not to have the first child was like oops, but after that, my third child, what we called him Houdini. I believe we, had intercourse one time that entire month, and I used a prophylactic.
Every child's a blessing. Oh my gosh. I honestly, my
I was
only
a
child.
oopsie.
My only child was not supposed to even have, like, I didn't think I could have kids, and he just came, and he's the light of my life. Like literally, I love that kid. He's the greatest. Oh, he should have been Gerber baby, but I love him so much.
No.
I haven't met one person. He's a little bit short. He's small because he was born underweight. And then I was induced, and it was tough. But telling me that he wasn't going to survive, that was the worst.
All
My
my
boyfriend,
kids,
every
How
9, 10
many
pounds.
how many brothers siblings do you have, Marina?
because I'm adopted, so I do have 4 sisters. So I'm one of 5. I'm the only one that's adopted, so the rest of
Oh,
them are
okay.
biological. But they're still my sisters. They're blood to
Right.
me. But yeah, I guess not blood. Like you can't like take the blood. It's not blood, but it's blood.
They chose you.
What?
They chose you. I said they chose you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And my mom has said that before. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I am so blessed too.
All right, those in chat, it shows we have 197 likes, still 256 people in here. I'm going to be ending it in about 5 minutes. So let's see if we can at least get the likes up to 200.
Oh, you guys, I made a great sauce today.
Excuse me.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great
Okay.
sauce, I heard. I was
Yes,
thinking
yes. No, I'm talking
Alfredo
like this.
with mussels.
Because so we made a kielbasa thing with like potatoes and stuff, and I made a sauce, and my boyfriend doesn't usually like it, but I'm a sauce person, so it's like a was it? It's like the hot peppers, like so in a restaurant when you get hot peppers on your like sub, it's basically that but diced. So it's a cento cherry peppers. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about, but that's that with mayo, and then pepper and mayo, pepper, that, and I'm blanking out. I feel it was delicious. Oh my god, it was so good. It was really good, and you can put it on any sub. Oil, canola oil, not just oil, canola oil. Delicious.
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
back to Pullman. When they found Bryan Kohberger's pistol,
Uh-huh.
was it found in his apartment there in Pullman?
No, it
No,
was in
you need to
Pennsylvania
go
at his
back to
parents.
Oh,
Pennsylvania.
okay, Pennsylvania. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep,
That's
it was found
what
at his parents' house.
I knew
Was
it began.
wondering if he carried it, because wasn't he not supposed to have a weapon on the grounds right there in the
Yeah,
apartment?
that's what Bofa had read, that you're not supposed to have anything like that in your apartments there on campus.
I
And
pulled up the
Bofa
handbook.
did it mention that as well, or was it just knives and stuff like that?
It said any weapon.
Okay.
And it had knives of a certain, like over a certain length that weren't culinary or whatever. And then, yeah, obviously firearms.
Okay.
You
And a
teach
bunch of other
me,
stuff
Boba.
too.
I keep it in my head. I can't remember where it comes from, but you teach me.
It's usually like 4 inches you can keep. 4 inches or smaller on the blade.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't know what it was because I avoid knives, so don't mean
I
much to
like
me.
knives. I like weapons, all types.
I avoid all of them.
I'll teach you how to sharpen them, Fofa.
I'm good.
I can see it now. Bofa's in the emergency room because she's cut herself.
Away from yourself. Just do it away from yourself and use a stone. Away from yourself.
I'm good.
I have a large size
How do you eat a
cookery
steak?
machete.
That's why I have a husband, Lady V.
Oh,
Oh.
so he can cut up
Scarlet,
the food like how?
so the 40 S&W they recovered, was it his or his father's, or did they say who it was registered to?
No, they never did say, just that they recovered that, and I believe it was 3 clips that went to it as well.
3 magazines.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, Annette, how are you?
well, he was studying to be a police officer back then. Well, I don't know. Each jurisdiction is different.
Mhm.
Our police officers used to carry 40 S&Ws, and they went to 9 millimeters.
I had looked it up, and whenever I was looking something up that had to do with that firearm, and it said that a lot of police officers carry that kind. What he had.
I have both.
A couple of weapons I had. There's certain, like I used to do private security, and there were certain details that I carried a weapon, and other details I didn't. When I worked at schools, you couldn't carry a weapon on the campus.
Well, that's not right. I mean, that could have been, at one of these schools that maybe they could have prevented something that bad to
California.
happen there. Huh?
I said it's California.
Oh, y'all got it rough out there.
Because I worked for the Fresno Unified School District, and I had to patrol all the different schools.
Wow. That's when you should be able to protect our kids.
No, I got to carry at banks and certain department stores when a threat was made against an employee or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, sweet misery. I'm so sleepy right now. I'm gonna have to end it here in just a minute. What time is it? It's already 3:30. Good Lord.
Yeah, this case, it just it grabs you and it just won't let go yet,
Right.
I mean, it's that one that you're thinking, okay, well, maybe I'll talk about something else tonight, and then you end up getting, a
Well,
dog
I mean,
trot,
that's what I was gonna do today. I was gonna try to, because I didn't think anything was gonna come out, and so I was gonna look into some other stuff. And it's always a habit. As soon as I wake up, I go straight to the website, and sure enough, there was a document there. Sweet Melissa, have a good night.
I think most of those documents are just legal positioning.
Yeah, I do too. I just think that, I mean, it makes it hard for her to, figure out what she wants to do. you know?
Yeah, because I mean, if there's a document drop, I mean, I have literally every document on that case I have went over every time it's ever been dropped. So I want to make sure that I continue doing that. And if it's even just one like it was today, it's still I go over it and then we talk about it and it gets into other conversations about the case and all that.
Right.
And so it's hard to bring in another case.
Exactly, and I mean, we're not complaining, because we're still, Summer, you're not the only one that's just like totally and completely confused by this thing.
Yes.
Confused but laser focused.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Because my thing is, I'm worried if I get started on another case while there's nothing really going on in Kohberger's case, and I'm going to end up missing something.
Right.
Yep. At least expect it.
Yep. Oh,
I think some spiders hatched in my garage. I just had 2 little baby spiders laying in. Hopefully, they're not black widows.
Aw.
All right, y'all. Well, I really
wanna
need to get out of here tonight so I can head to bed.
Shot.
Yeah, me too.
It's been great as usual. Love y'all.
All right, Ray. Have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
Yes, it's been awesome.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
you, Scarlett. I love you and appreciate you. And this channel is just absolutely amazing. I just love it.
Well, thank you, Lady B. Thank
You
you
created
so much
something very special here.
Yes, because everybody here is awesome.
They
Oh,
are.
yeah.
They are.
I agree.
It was nice talking to everybody. I'm gonna hop down too.
All right, Willie. Have a good night.
Hi to each
All right,
one.
see y'all. See you,
Good night,
Summer.
Willie.
Both,
Good night, Willie.
Lady, Scarlett. See you.
Anyway.
Summer, thanks for making my dreams come true.
Oh,
welcome.
I've always wondered what that picture was. So,
yeah, I just, like I said, I thought to begin with it might have been Marilyn Monroe, then I thought Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah.
I saw she said it was her picture before in chat.
Anyway, I love y'all. Good night.
We love you too. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm going to step down too. Thank you for having me up here. And once
You're
again, we all
welcome.
learn something
Right.
every night, and it's very educational. It's entertaining.
For sure.
And I'm glad to see people learning to see how our process works. So thank you for having me. I'm going to step down, try to get some sleep. Got a big day tomorrow.
Okay. Well, have a good night. Be safe tomorrow. And I will see you tomorrow night.
Summer, it was a pleasure being on the same panel with you.
You too. I'm going to drop down as well, guys. And
Okay.
I'll see y'all tomorrow night. Thank you.
Summer, thank you for coming up. I hope you have a wonderful night as well.
You too. Good night, y'all.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, y'all. So I'm about to get out of here as well. Thank you so much, everybody who joined us tonight. Come and hang out with us for almost 5 hours tonight. Thank you to everybody who come up on panel. Bryan or Glowbook, have a good night. Brad, you are very welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. So I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will be back tomorrow night.